power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, String?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
The outer strength is obvious. It fades with age and succumbs to sickness. Then there is the chi, the inner strength. Everyone possesses it too. But it is indeed much more difficult to develop. The inner strength lasts through every heat and every cold, through old age and beyond.
Check it, yo, I always be analyzing to see who's fake. People acting Janus, running around two-faced, talking behind my back until they put in their place. You're a two-course meal without saying grace on the internet. Talking shit through your fingertips, talking high power till your shine is eclipse. Trying to ride a wave until your mind is seasick. Cement shoes and your ankles tied with 3 bricks. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, this is real life. I will piss on your grave and throw dick to your wife. This is a warning mixed with some advice. You might be king, but I'm the ace of spades, and you just renege. This is food for thought, bitch, eat a grenade. This is what people want, this be treated like dirt. I tried being humble, but that was absurd. All the brainless bitches flock together like birds, pecking for crumbs until they merge with the crossroads and chuck the demi-urge. I think they had enough, I took the trash to the curb. Let the torture begin and watch them burn. Here's the urn.
It's hard to keep it real with fake people. They can take love, mix it with hate, and make evil. I'm staring at 50 shades of gray people. It's a grand deception, like K-Reno. They are who they say they isn't. On the internet, spreading everybody's business through a troll account. Talking foul, not knowing what goes around comes around. The flat out truth is the energy change when I come around. I guess London Bridge is falling down. Hey people, stall him out. We know all about the narrative painting to control the clout. They gatekeepers trying to stop the ones trying to awake people.
Alright, HOTC. Oh, now I'm gonna play a new track by Hurricane JW. It's called Venom.
Let's go. Hop in the ride, same color venom. Put the gun in bed, it's time to go get 'em. Hop in the ride, same color venom. Put the gun in bed, it's time to go get 'em. Hop in the ride, same color venom. Put the gun in bed, it's time to go get 'em. Hop in the ride, same color venom. Put the gun in bed, it's time to go get 'em. I am the internet. Can't get rid of it. Blow like a snake so venomous. And you haven't seen the end of it. To your soul for the benefit. Gotta kill a fed for the innocent. No thanks for the sentiment. Well, fuck it, I'ma kill a fed anyway. Any day, see me spray. Everybody gonna die many ways. I don't care what many say. Hurricane full of rage. Handing out phase. Trying to keep a fed like a funny case. Feeling like blade. Pulling out blades. Take your hand off. I decapitate. From up to the dark age. I broke out a dark cage. Now you gotta see the dark ways. Kill Illuminati at a parlay. Let's go get 'em. Make plans on a condo. Lie in the hydro. Let's go to Davos. Hit a motherfucking road leader with a combo. Gotta do a pronto. Slipping with a photo. Revolution is a motto. Call a fair slipping up a combo. Killer with a photo. Everybody startled when I pull off in a fucking Murcielago. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em. Hop in the car. Same color venom. Put the government bed. It's time to go get 'em.
Aye. And I'm gonna play one more by Sir Drop. It's one of my favorite tracks he's ever put out. It's called Holder of the Chakras.
I came on the beat.
H-O-T-C, holder of the chakras, holder of the chakras. H-O-T-C, holder of the chakras, holder of the chakras. H-O-T-C, holder of the chakras, holder of the chakras. H-O-T-C, holder of the chakras, holder of the chakras. My ideology is just an idea of the shit I run like diarrhea, waking up non-believers. And I'm not talking about Jesus neither. I got my dad and my mother's features. I use my nose to measure evil, the treasure keeper. My mind thoughts measure deeper, but higher than Ebenezer. Weapon squeezer, lesson teacher. I've risen from what's left from reefer. You can feel the chakras forming space right between us. I travel veins, and the ending's just beginning. Now we need ventilation just to walk the nation. We facing elimination. I'm looking at this shit sideways. Now we witnessing tidal waves. Mass destruction. Mother Earth going to war against the wrong people. Praying's out of the question, we had our chance to. And everything you read in Revelations is gonna come true. I speak in tongues, come from worlds beyond this atmosphere. Writing hieroglyphics, a descendant, building a pyramid with my brain. Like them Egyptians, the core of my mind enables me to travel back in time. You know the body stopped, but the soul will never die. 2,000 years ago, I was here, but in a different life.
Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Man, that's one of the hardest tracks and some of the fucking hardest lyrics. Sir Drop. He's definitely a different breed, man. He's a whole nother breed of MCs. And I don't just say that because I made tracks with him and I listen to his music. For real. Because it's listenable. He's actually a lyricist. But anyway, I think it's time to talk about my cousin, Donald Slump. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of Humpty Trumpty. But that's what I'm going to be talking about. To all the haters out there that don't want to see me shine, well, guess what? I'm going to shine anyway. So, fuck off. God, it wasn't letting me back in. No. Shit's bugging out. Maybe it's because I got two things open. But whatever. Not that there's anyone really here. But I want to talk about these pyramids. That's one. Let me pull up this architecture of this beautiful fucking palace, dude. You know. And then I always knew there was something with electricity they weren't telling us. And I found this video and it's intriguing to me at least. If it ain't intriguing to y'all, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Here it is.
This guy is an absolute genius. He figured out how to generate free electricity straight from the ground, and he shared the whole process in a video. Here's how he did it. First, he dug a hole and placed a metal rod with a copper wire attached at the bottom. Then, he added a layer of charcoal, sprinkled regular table salt on top, poured in some sand, and packed it all down tightly. Here's the exciting part. He repeated this process 2 more times, creating a unique earth battery. To get it working, all he had to do was pour water over the rods and wires and wait a bit. Incredible.
The hell?
This guy is an absolute genius. He figured out how to generate free electricity straight from the ground, and he shared the whole process in a video. Here's how he did it. First, he dug a hole and placed a metal rod with a copper wire attached at the bottom.
Anyway, it reminds me of the Baghdad battery a little bit. Which is pretty freaking interesting. And this is an open panel for certain people. So this is some architecture in fucking Mexico. It's near this. I mean, look at this. Beautiful. I mean, and like I was saying in the stream before this, like, they always talk about Egypt, right? Because you got gypped in Egypt, some made up fucking story to create their out of Africa theory to, in my opinion, hide the truth of what was going on in America. But look at this architecture by the Mexicans. I mean, they don't even like being called Mexicans, from what I hear. But Aztecs, the tribes that were in Central America there. Supreme architecture. And to this day, as we know it, Mexicans are just, it's like in their genetics. What's up, Three Fingers? How you doing? It's in their genetics. They just build remarkable stuff. Well, let's get into is this building right here. I mean, even the steps, there's something. These people are definitely taller. I mean, these steps look bigger than the ones up there. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you, in a lot of this architecture, you could see the original builders, right? And then people our size come along and add on to it. Come on. So, I don't know where this is. I think this is Egypt. But, hold on. I only downloaded this because I thought it was odd that right where the North Pole would be, or the vortex to this realm, even though I don't subscribe to the heliocentric cocky poo, that's exactly where Mount Meru or the vortex would be. Anyway, where the eye is. But this looks small, but this fucking thing is huge. And the architecture is just out of this world. Especially when you get closer and you could start looking at this, excuse me, and how everything's carved. And then how they align with Orion's belt. Not only in Egypt, but Mexico. It was Mexico, Egypt. Damn it. There's a couple other spots. Hold on. I got an idea. And nobody writing none. What's up, Mission? If anyone wants to come up, you're more than welcome. What's up, Maggot? Get a conversation going, something. This is supposed to be a headstone, but come to find out, this headstone, there's more than I thought there was. Like, there's so many different stones, like, spread out everywhere. But I really don't care too much about headstone. I'm not saying it is important, but I think there's, like, way more bigger pyramids, and makes me wonder about these pyramids, because there's just everywhere, right? People think they're mountains and stuff, and then a lot of these so-called mountains are just covered up tombs or whatever we want to call them. They could have been something for electricity. And a lot of these mountains, when they start digging into them, they find tunnels that go deep into the underground, and then they're connecting. Even from what I read, I was looking into the Shaolin temples that were connected to the Hindu temples. And even the Hindu temples went all the way underground under the ocean. It came out in South America and the Aztec. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's what I read. And it's mind-boggling when you think about it. I think it's very possible. You know, people say, "Oh, how would they have done that, man, with horses?" And I think they had technology. When you take aliens out of the equation and you put into the equation how bright our minds are, But just think how the ancestors' minds were a million times more bright and intelligent for the fact they most likely wasn't taught nonsense to keep us dumb. They were probably taught some real knowledge in mathematics from the beginning as a child. So, you know, by the time they got older, they had supreme intelligence and understanding of a lot of stuff compared to us. We got fucking bamboozled with what they call an education. It's an education, right? It sounds like you're standing at the edge of what? The edge of the system, ready to jump off and commit schmoosh schmide. Look at this architecture. It's amazing. Well, to me it is. Look at that. Look at this bad boy. It's peeking over the horizon. It's all Mexico. Except for this. I don't know where this is, but that's fucking remarkable. Dude! I zoned out listening to the music upstairs. That's wild. And I was thinking about how bland and lonely this fucking live stream is. Bland. Yeah, that sounds good. Going back to bed. Man, it's been a lame fucking live stream lately, man. What the fizzle bizzle? I guess people don't got love for Chuck no more. I'm about to cry some tears onto the floor. I know this guy, his name is Chuck. I took a poop on a fat chick for a couple bucks. Ew. I got some architecture that is just mind-blowing. This is inside of the church. This is... No, it's not the... Is it the same church? Come on, pictures. Dude. I think it is. No, maybe. No, it's not. But, I mean, this is in Germany. Pretty sure. And, I mean, just... Man, just... speechless. This architecture is just speechless. But I found this. I want people to read this carefully. Because this is important. Let me know what you think about this. Hey S, what's good, man? How's everything over there in Europe? During World War II, scientists devised an insane plan. Does that say plan? I can't. I got a scratch on my... I think it says planta. Sun gun, a giant mirror in space that could focus sunlight into a deadly beam to burn places from up there. Though purely theoretical, it showed how far people are willing to go for world domination. Now, I've shown pictures of them using the sun back on ships. So, and that's way before the man with the mustache. It's gray and miserable. Yeah, it is here too. That's odd. Huh. It's raining in Connecticut here, which Europe isn't too far from here. It's up north, I would say. But yeah, this technology, even parabolic mirrors, all this stuff. And I personally think this guy right here had this tech. Not only did Tesla work hand in hand with my German ancestors, this whole realm wanted that technology, and that always sticks in my mind. That the world had to come together and blame it on them like they were the bad people. You know, you ever notice how when the world came together to go against this man, they blamed him for putting people in those places? concentration. I don't know what they're concentrating on in those indoctrination camps, but they make my ancestors look so bad, but they do it to this day, right now. But they call it school. They make it look fancy. It's the same thing, man. We live in one big giant camp, right? If you really want to think outside the indoctrination camp, wow, you know, they're doing all sorts of experiments on us right now. No different from what they did in them camps. The scientists went from there to here. They said they voluntarily came, but I think otherwise. I think they're forced. These JEWs, or we'll say ZJs, you know, and I'm not just putting it all on them, because their crew contains people from all over the place, but, you know, I have to speak about all this stuff. The hell? Only 2 days of sun and all. But let's see what I could find. Feels like I've been up here longer than a little 40 minutes. Matthew Stafford goes to who? The Lions. Interesting. Anyway, who cares? Oh, the Red Sox never got Alex Bregman. For anyone who cares, he went to the Toronto Blue Jays for 6 years. What was that? Oh, yeah. The German sun gun. Not stun gun. Sun gun. Ow. You ever get cigarette smoke in your eye? It just burns a hole through it. I wear LED head torch at night while walking my dog. The reflective particulars. Is that supposed to say particles or particulars in the air is frightening? Huh. Interesting. They show the same fucking picture over and over and over. The secret Yahtzee plan to blow up your face. This lady went into this knife shop to get her great-great-grandfather's Yahtzee knife fixed, and the guy wouldn't do it. What a fucking pussy. I know it's his shop and he has his own choice, but come on. People act like the US is so innocent, like they can't do no wrong. The whirlwind machine. World's largest cannon. Moving mines. I mean, the Germans had all this tech, man. I mean, the whole world wanted it. The whole fucking world, dude. Pump it up! I turn a shotgun to a semi-auto when I slam fire. This is the gun I was talking about that the Germans had. I mean, this thing was fucking huge. I don't think people get the concept of a double track gun. If I'm not mistaken, it took 500 men to operate this. I could be mistaken. I think it's 50 to 500 men. It actually might be 50, but still, that's a lot of men to operate this. And in my opinion, this thing's so huge, you could take out a Titan. Why else would you build something that's huge? This thing could wipe out a Titan easy. I also think bigger people built this stuff, in my opinion. But look, the Germans had moving mines, but these were remote, remote. I don't know what the whirlwind machine is, but I'm pretty sure it's something with the weather. But yeah, just the mines alone, remote control mines alone, is way ahead of their time. And this is what they were going to use for the sun and mirrors and stuff. But yeah. Now I know why, growing up, they would talk about Germans in school, and I would hate admitting I was German, because I was, they talk so down about the Germans, but then as I got older, I realized their butt hurt because they got their ass handed to them. Sorry about that. So, let's see, anyone new come in? Is this guy trolling? Probably. Hold on. I'm checking something out. And 12 more subs, man. 12 more subs. 12 more subs. Oh, good. You guys erased that. I wanted to see if this cat was trolling. But he's gone. Wake up the nuh. I wonder if that guy was trolling. Anyone take a look at his channel or anything? The heart attack gun? Interesting. I've heard of that. Man, they got all sorts of shit. And I wouldn't doubt this is pretty interesting, this thing, the whirlwind gun. I gotta look deeper into this when I get off here. Huh. I don't know. My bad. I was looking into some of this stuff here. And maybe I'll jump off considering I thought people would be glad to come up. I was gone 2 days, but I guess, you know. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna look. I'll find out in 2.2 seconds. Huh. Why can't I see him? Ah, I know why. I know why. I knew it. I knew it. Wu-Tang Killer bees on the swarm. Look at. Who is knocking at my door? Is this MC Nemesis? What's up, JG? Nemesis is in the chat.
That guy's fucked up. Fucking emasculated weirdo.
Yeah. He thinks I don't know it's him. Oh, it's Naga? Oh. Damn, Naga. I thought you were.
Everybody's weird when you start observing. When you start really looking at shit, everybody's weird.
Weird, like Eminem's beard. So what up, JG? How's work over there?
That's easy now.
You guys finished framing all that?
Yeah, I just put in insulation and I gotta fix some of the drywall, but I mean it's cake work now. It's easy.
Just finishing up now.
Insulation's easy as fuck. Drywall's
Oh yeah. Insulation's actually, as long as you cover your arms and your face so you don't breathe that shit in.
right.
I know people, I've done it too once without a mask and stuff for my eyes, and I had to learn the hard way. But everything's learning.
But the drywall they put in originally with nails, so it's old school. You know, and he left up a bunch of drywall that has nails in it, so I got to go around and fucking screw it in, try to pull some nails. It's easy shit.
Yeah, I love doing that work.
Yeah.
Maintenance or roofing, like anything. Well, roofing kind of sucks, especially if you're at the bottom. If you're on the ground, that's like, to me, I spent a lot of time on the ground, but I like framing and all that type of work.
Yeah, it's easy, man. Like, this shit is cake.
Who did that song? Cake? Wasn't that Lloyd Banks? Anyway. What's good, Naga? My nigga.
What's good, bro? That was me in the chat, bro.
No, I thought it was MC Nemo.
I don't know who that is.
Really nobody.
Yeah, it's all easy shit.
Found a bunch of old rhymes. Couldn't believe Cameron was saying, like, even Method Man in his first album, he said a lot of those rhymes in his first album he was 16 years old when he wrote a lot of those. I was like, damn. Okay. Interesting.
I mean,
And
you got to understand, bro. These people had infrastructure, right? They was coming, they was coming up on the Black Panther. You feel me? Black Panther had just broke up, right?
or 5% Nation.
Yeah. So there was a lot of knowledge, that needed to, pass down, that needed to, to spread out. And, in hip hop was, was the way of doing it.
Damn. I said 5% Nation too. It wasn't just
Yeah.
actually a lot of New York grew up
Mhm.
under the 5% Nation, which to me, I have respect for a lot of their teachings. Dealing with the 120 lessons and the Supreme Alphabet and all that. There's some stuff I don't agree with. Like I heard some wild stuff. Like they asked him, "Can a white man be a?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, a white man could be in the 5%, but he must uh he must apologize." Like some crazy shit. Basically, I forgot how the guy put it. I don't want to misquote it, but he basically was saying the white man must pay homage or basically ask for forgiveness for what he's done and all this crazy shit. And I'm like, damn, because I know not all 5%ers are with that white man's the devil shit. Actually, a lot of them nowadays, even the old school ones, have realized that for the most part isn't true, man, because there's evil everywhere. But I personally think a lot of these higher ups, it's really not my place to say nothing, but I'm gonna say it anyway because it's my opinion from the outside looking in. Where a lot of these higher ups are in the know, and it's mind boggling to me how they pushed out of Africa theory, and a lot of the youth really adopt that. Now, I know they also they say they're part Shinnecock or part this and that, but I'm starting to wonder, if they're pushing that like I was talking to True Song of how I know a lot of people don't like these topics and stuff, but it's just what it is, and I'm interested in it because a lot of my friends were Cherokee and a lot of other things, but it just makes me wonder why they push us out of Africa theory so hard, especially in hip hop. And I'm not saying no one's from Africa, because you could tell KRS-One is from Africa and stuff, and a lot of these people, but they're pushing it on all the so-called black people in New York City, and it would just be dope to see people actually claim their land and start tearing down these veils. Even for my German ancestors, tearing down these veils, all these lies they put up. When the JEWs fucking probably slaughtered more people in this realm than they blame it all on the Germans, man. I ain't buying that shit. There was millions of Germans in these camps. But anyway,
I mean,
Zionists
I don't think. I mean, I don't think that the German is innocent. I don't think the English is innocent. I don't think the Portuguese is innocent. I don't think none of the European countries is innocent. And and so I don't think none of these Africans countries is innocent. None of these
You're
uh,
right. It's everywhere. You know, it's everywhere. You're right, Naga.
so I think America was the land of milk and honey, and everybody wanted a piece of that. Nobody wanted to you
What
know
about the golden cities, Naga? I know they were in America, these golden cities they talked about. Anyway, my bad, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying that everybody then look at it that, hey man, look, we're going over there, we're going to protect over there, or we're going to trying to go to the people. Nobody wasn't looking at it like that, right? Everybody came, you know, like we enforce, like, hey man, it's all for take, it's all for grab. You feel me? They came with the military, right?
What's up with the Haitians? I heard from this Haitian guy, he said that the German and Polish people came and helped free Haiti from was it the French or was it, I forgot who they helped free the slavery. I should have took notes. I said, man, Naga gotta hear this.
What happened? What happened is Haiti had allies, right? So Germany was one of Haiti allies, and Russia was one of Haiti allies. China was one of Haiti allies, right? But these allies, wasn't helping them fighting though. These allies, they was allies, supporting Haiti independence, recognize them as a nation, right? So that's why the allies part came in play, right? Because after they got the independence, we got our independence, the whole world didn't want to accept that, right? So it was these people. Germany was one of the nation that accepted, that recognized us. Russia was one. China was one. There was other nation, but these three big nation, I can remember on top of my head, was Haiti allies, right? So that this is why also Haiti helped them. You will see Haitian soldiers help all these nations get their independence too.
When was their independence? I think it was like 1860. No. But yeah, I don't know. I'm
Yeah, because
just
you have to
glad
understand
people are trying to come together.
you have to
That's my
understand
whole.
you have to understand before these people get their independence, they was part of the United Nations, right? The United Kingdom. So these Germany, like Germany, France, Portugal, all these countries, they got their independence from the United Kingdom.
Oh, I want to ask a question. All right, you ever heard? Because this is important. I got this picture right here, and here it is. Now, from what I heard, when there's a funeral, right, and the Masons put the casket on the shoulder, what does that mean? I heard it means a sacrifice for the Brotherhood, compared to them carrying it down on their side. This is on the shoulder, and you know who that is right there.
I
So
couldn't
it's a
tell.
legend,
Yeah,
huh?
that's that. Yeah, I know who that is. That nigga that do that $1 million show.
Yeah, that's his son in there, and a lot of people are saying he was, because it's wild that this happened right like it happened, and then boom, they were signing the contract. And you know, I'm not this is alleged. It's my theory because this stuff happens a lot. There's too much repetition in these situations. And why do I care? I'm just interested. I just see too many, like I said, repetitious things that go on in situations, and a lot of similarities in situations. Like, there's too many. And I start putting the pieces together, and it's like, wait a minute. But yeah, I'm going to Google to see if I could find the answer, because I'm pretty sure it's when the casket's on the shoulder. I don't think I'll be able to Google it and find it, but I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. But even in Haiti, I've seen people do it too. You know, people that don't have access to lodges. You know, I see they do it too. You know, they be putting it on top of their head. You know, they be dancing with it. You know, it's a whole ritual. You know.
Let me see if I could find some info on it.
But why is that? Why does the casket look like just like it's just a box?
A box, right? All right, let's see. Signify. Okay, let's see. Oh, why do Masons knock 3 times? Secondly, to prevent the candidate bringing in anything with the shit happen. No. I answer a simple question, man, and they just can't answer it ever.
I mean, even if they had answered the question, but I wouldn't trust the answer. You know what I'm saying? It's like they ain't going to tell you the things
Oh.
they want to tell you.
Listen, I got it. It says it right here, dude. It says, come on, man. Well, it says right here. I'm about ready to smash this phone any fucking second, dude. Casket over the shoulder means it's a sacrifice. Pair. That's what it says. But yeah, and it's wild it says that because a lot of people are saying that it was a sacrificial, and if so, it says the ceremonial function of pallbearers dates back to ancient Rome. The person's cloak or garment was referred to as his pallium or pallium. It was spread over the body or coffin from home to cemetery. The pallium or pallium. I gotta be able to pronounce this right. Let's see. Okay, pallium. It was spread over the body or coffin from home to the cemetery. The pallium was carried by a friend. I love how you could just highlight a fucking word and then it'll pronounce it for you. Anyway. While another group of men carried the body mounted on their shoulders, by the Middle Ages the pallium simply became the pall, or pallbearer, okay, a rectangular cloth that typically covers the coffin while lying in state at a Christian church. One group of men were assigned to carry the coffin while another were charged to proceed alongside them to make sure that the pall did not drag on the ground. A pallbearer in the U.S., in the United States, will carry a casket by the handle around waist height. In the United Kingdom and Ireland, the casket is carried on the shoulders as the handles are, for the most part, decorative. Okay. Not the answer
That's
I'm
how you.
looking for,
That's how
but,
you know it. That's how you know they're doing some some Celtic shit. Some
right? Celtic. Um,
Celtic magic, Celtic magic. You got the city of Celtic in Massachusetts.
yeah, Boston. Let's see, pallbearer. Yeah, because I've heard that before. Where wow, method of carrying. Let's see. That it meant a sacrifice, but I don't think they're gonna come straight out and say that on here because even at Prodigy alleged funeral, they were carrying on their shoulders. Now I don't know because it was private, but it just makes me wonder. So much fishy stuff going on in today's world. But I don't even know anymore. What do you think, Naga?
I mean, these people do it all the time. You know, like it wouldn't surprise me. If it was a sacrifice. I just, no, I'm just not going to come out and say it as if it's a fact because I haven't done my research. You feel me? To figure out, to find out, if it's really a fact. So I'm not gonna, come out and say it like that. But what am I open, you know, to think, if it's possible? Yeah, of course.
I'm here, just rummaging through things here. Shit, what am I gonna do?
And Dummy said my dad sponsored a boy from Haiti named Raul. He sent money so he could get clothes and go to school. His father molested him, to which his commanded. Raul
You
sent my dad
trolling?
letters and pictures. He was very grateful to my dad. Haiti was a French colony, and a lot of Haitians came to French-speaking university in Canada, including here in Winnipeg. Naga is bullshitting again, making shit up, putting a guilt trip on us. It must be something about me. I'm not recognizing, because I feel like, lately a lot of people is coming for me. Like, even if, like, I'm not even paying attention to them, like, I'm in my own world. But people, it seems like people are listening close, you know, to what I gotta say, and it seems like, they care a lot about what I have to say. I like when people, it's just like we was building on truth on the other day, and Bobby was saying that, man, you know people forget that, most of the European country can fit, in the United States of America. People forget that each state is so big, they kind of operate like their own country, you know and people think just because they know what's going on, in the lower city, they think they know what's going on in the whole America. And it's the same thing. People would see a little clips on TV or heard, what one person got to say, and they'll think they know what's going on in the whole country. They think they know more than the people, from the country themselves. People is so stupid. This why I'm coming back to wake these niggas up again. Cause I feel like, man, work is right, man. Work is the new sleep. Y'all niggas is sleeping. Talking about y'all niggas is woke.
Oh,
People still get caught up in religion. People still get caught up in words. People still get caught up in definitions. People just caught up, bro.
and the labels.
Yeah, people just caught up in
Still,
the.
bro.
Hey, these niggas need
Still
to wake up.
calm.
Wake your ass up. Knock knock. Wake your ass up, Neo.
Knock, knock, who's there? I don't know, some white man. God damn it. Not the crackers again, Johnny. Man, look at this shit, bro. Man, this brings memories back. Hold up. Let me take this picture off. Look at that. First album. You ever seen this album,
Nah,
Naga? You never seen Method Man?
nah,
What
bro.
year?
I,
What year were you born?
I ain't grow up. I ain't really in the was into the hip hop culture like that. I was into the Haitian culture.
Oh.
On
Well,
the
what year were you born? If you don't mind me asking.
93.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a little before. That's when the album came out. Believe it or not, it was 93. But
Yeah, I kind of grew up in the Haitian culture until I was adult. This when I started to explore other different culture. Yeah.
hmm, I wonder why there hasn't been like no Haitian baseball player. Like they don't play baseball in Haiti. Yeah, they do. No, they
Yeah,
play more soccer. That's right. My bad.
it's not
But
even
either
that.
way,
It's not even that, bro. Is just we are. You
political.
know, it's just banned, bro. We banned from everything.
No, that's bullshit, man. I don't like that.
No, it is. I'm telling you, bro. It is, bro. And
No, I believe you, but I think it's bullshit. You know, that ain't right. But
but that's why
I'm
that's
just
what
one stupid white man. They don't care what I think.
that's what racism is about, and people don't understand. People don't get it. People don't understand when people uh uh demonize the term black, they actually demonize an actual group of people because it's
Mm,
an actual group of people call themselves black. It's okay to say that black, but to actually demonize the term, right? Is to actually demonize another group of people character.
mm.
So this is what racism is about. So where they got everybody, they got people that look like you, right? To demonize the term, and that alone, right, give them a pass to demonize the term, right? In the eyes of the law, right? Doesn't exist in the eyes of the law. That's why reclassification was about.
Hmm.
It was reclassifying the people, right, so they could have the right, right, to eliminate, black in the eyes of the law. So that shit hold no weight.
I'm glad I grew up in a diverse melting pot. Um, Taught me a lot, and it allowed me to see a lot. And yeah, there's a lot of hatred, and a lot of people have gone off their moral compass because of influence of hatred and ideologies. And people take advantage. Let's say there's this older white guy from the 60s, right? And he got beat up by a black guy. Then he bumps heads into a racist ideologist where he bumps into I don't know, some hateful white group. They'll just poison the young man's mind, and then boom, they got another recruit. And that's usually how it works. They prey on the weak, or they take a situation they've been through with somebody of a darker color or whatever you want to call it, and yeah, that's what happens. I just think it's all bullshit. So,
They divide, execute, and conquer.
right.
That's what they do. Divide, execute, and conquer. So this is why the islands stand alone. Today the islands stand alone. But at one point the island was together with the mainland.
Hmm.
Right? Florida, Louisiana, Georgia, right? North Carolina, Alabama, right? All that was a part of Haiti. But no, when you heard of Haiti, it's only the island. It's just like Mexico. When you heard of Mexico, right? Texas is not included. Uh, what's the other place? Cali is not included. There's a lot of other state that used to belong to Texas that they're not included no more. I mean, that used to belong to Mexico. They're not included a part of Mexico. They divide, execute, and conquer. That's the tactic they use.
I don't know. I say I give up on bringing people together, but it'll happen organically.
Mm-hmm.
I really just not pushing it no more. Because most people just have excuses when it comes time to coming together. But even these gangs gunning each other down. A lot of old school members will say we went off track. They know who the true enemy is. And then somehow it went when the drugs got dumped in these areas, um, it caused people to go against their own and lose sight of the true enemy.
Well, I agree with you. It's gonna happen organically, but the people that was in charge to make the play is not going to remain, you know, on charge, right? These people are still gonna get charged. Some of them, it might be death. Some of them might be, losing, somebody they love. Some of them might be, losing a leg, a eye, right? Handicap, whatever it is, right? But they're gonna get charged because you was in charge, right? To make the play. And you just didn't want to make the play for some reason because you feel like, it couldn't happen, it just had to happen another way. So yeah, it is gonna happen another way. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna happen away by nature, man. A lot of motherfucking shit like was starting to happen in Cali, like fire happening, right? Like flood, right? Like earthquake, right? And shit like that. Yeah,
What happened? You there?
yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what's up with Tucson. Probably working.
Yeah, probably somewhere, with it, taking his daughter to a game because he said his daughter at a game today.
Oh, it's early.
Yeah, so I don't know. Probably, I just know he had to do something with his daughter today, but probably doing him. He said he wasn't going live today, though. He probably gonna go live tomorrow. What you think about my new name?
Which one?
Wake these niggas up again.
I thought you were fucking this guy trolling, and I was gonna ban you, but I'm glad I didn't, because I really thought it was him. But you didn't put the ER. That's what stopped me too. But yeah, I thought it was him trolling because he's been showing up to. He came in the mines one day and he said, "What up, my nig?" And he put the ER on it. I think you were here with
Yeah,
True Song. I didn't like that. Even if you're playing
yeah.
around, that ain't funny. But then he went to True Songs and did it, and it's like, dude, you wouldn't do that in real life. And if he did, he's fucking. I don't know. I just don't like that shit. I don't. I was, growing up, when a white person, so-called white person, did that shit, they would get knocked out because I would handle my own filth.
Listen, bro. To me, that word don't have no meaning. It's it's a, a it's a
They
it's a
used it and like they got leverage over you when they use the word to disrespect.
not in my eyes. In my eyes, they put themselves in a disadvantage because that's not the original word. To me, it's them not. You know that when it come to magic, right? It's certain words you're not supposed to say, right? and if you say certain word, it can put you in the certain spell, right? So
Yeah.
I'm looking at the word naga. It that's is the same word. Way is a word that have a certain power, a certain vibration, right? And they cannot say it, right? Because it's not, it is not in alignment with them, right? It's throwing them off, right? So they have to say, they have to say it in a certain way that is not throwing them off. So to me, like I said, that's in a disadvantage. It's like when you're talking to somebody and somebody say they trying to disrespect you, call you a bitch, and you tell them like say that again, and they're scared to say it. They can't say it because they know, right? That saying it going to put them in a disadvantage is the same way I'm looking at the word naga, right? So it's like it's a word that put them in disadvantage, right? And they gotta counter it, and they counter it with niggers.
What was that? Excuse me? The wolf pack. This cat played for the wolf pack. This cat played for a pack of wolves. Damn, I wonder whatever happened to the Hartford Wolf Pack, Connecticut. That's the thing about Connecticut. They had one professional team, which is the Hartford Whalers, and then they moved. They used to have fucking the Bigfoot trucks. They used to have all types of dope shit in Hartford. And it just all got ruined, man. It's a fucking joke.
Y'all don't understand. The state that's outstanding is the state that choose to have slaves. Y'all don't understand when the union start with state that didn't want no slaves. You feel
Mm.
me? And then, later on when they realize that, the law, not going to get passed. You feel me? So they start to let in state, that, wanted to have slave in. And that's how they want it did, and they got the law passed. So when it comes to Connecticut, when it comes to certain states, that's that's basically you know staying to their purity, or staying to their origin. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting no shine. You know what I'm saying? They're not making no money. They're not getting no play. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
They out
Yeah.
of business. That's what the monopoly is. They put in your other business. That's what they do to Haiti. That's what I'm trying to show you. When it come, they're not letting you get into the game, into the players, because they know all that money going to benefit
They're
your country.
monopolizing.
Say that again.
They're monopolizing.
Mm-hmm. That's what's going on, man. The states that's making the biggest money is the state with the most slaves. You got California. Most of the people over there is zombies. You got Florida. You got New York. It's Gotham City. Most of the people over there is zombies.
Gotham City at its finest.
Atlanta is the way though. Atlanta is what is what breaking the veil. Atlanta, you know, the people from Atlanta is getting it from the ground, right? From the dirt, from the bottom. You feel me?
Yeah.
And when they get and when they adjust, when they thought they made it, and they ran into a trap, and that when they hit them with the RICO law. You feel me?
Oh,
Because
the recall.
yeah, with the RICO law, that's how it is. It's like you know, you ain't just going, start from the bottom and and get to the top. You have to be able to make it without, without catching the RICO law. That's why most of these rappers, from down there is locked up right now. They catching RICO laws and shit because they
Right,
if
oh,
they fell for the trap, the pink house.
Mark Marcier. Shit.
But yeah, man, all these cities, bro, all these cities with a lot of slaves, all these cities going to get attacked by some natural disaster, whether it's earthquake, whether it's fire, like I said, like it started in Cali, whether it's a flood, all that, that's going to happen in these big cities because somewhere somehow these slaves have to migrate it back, to their territory, to regain, you know, uh, their rightful place.
Isn't that wild?
Huh?
Isn't it wild how these people are just treated like fucking like shit? It's fucked up.
I mean, when you look at it, bro, New York City is on top of water. It's not
Yeah.
only it's not only Manhattan. The whole five barrels is built on water. Except when you get to the Bronx, is a part of the Bronx. That's really solid. Earth, right? So that right there is a man-made territory, right? Is these settlers, right, from the 13 colonies, that built, these, man-made, territories, and that's why they operate um with the maritime law. They're not operating with the law of the land because they're not considered land. You know, it's like they're like a big ass ship, right? That's on water. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Of
So
course.
they their own they're like a foreign entity. They basically duck, you know, on your land, but they're not on the land. And that's why you could get these people to duck you in court. If you know your shit and you go to court, you feel me, you get the judge to duck you and she go to the back. You feel me? Never came back and you're free to walk out.
Man, you ever get those tingling things in your feet? Oh, that shit feels crazy. Like,
What you think that is?
it's just like I was kind of like I had a table, and I'm kind of like I don't know. I had the way I was had my feet in front of the table. It was like cutting circulation off to my feet, and when I went to stand up, for all these tingly fucking. It feels like someone's stabbing your foot with a bunch of little pins. It's crazy. It's a lack
Yeah,
of blood
but
circulation.
that's a command though. That's a command.
A command?
Yeah. That's like
Nah.
having to pee, right?
No.
You receive a signal, something happened to the body, right? And it click in your mind. Boom. Once it click in your mind, that's a command, right? That click in the mind is a command. You gotta go and pee. And it's the same thing that feeling you get in your feet. It's the same thing. It's like boom, oh shit. That when you tune in your radio, right? And you hear it, right? And then
Yeah.
boom, you hearing a voice. You're like, oh shit, all right. You're hearing something. Boom, you trying to tune in. I got it, right? That's what I mean by it's a command. It's a signal. It's telling you something, right? It's a message. But I think people don't pay attention to their body, right? It's like when you're hungry. You know what I'm saying? Like your body, tells you that it sends a signal to the brain, right? It commands the brain, to find something to put in the stomach. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm listening. Who the fuck?
Man, what you think, man, with the mass deportation that's going
What the what? Oof.
mass deportation,
The what?
mass deportation.
Um. Well, if I'm gonna be technical, right? If I'm gonna be honest, how you gonna deport people that been here way before any European step foot, right? But then, if you want to be technical, there's Mexicans that agree with the deportation. They love America, and a lot of them say, if you're gonna come in right. But what I think is a lot of the prisons dumped out all their trash, and that's who came across the border. Now, am I saying everyone, excuse me, is criminals and stuff? No. There's families that just want to have a better life for them and their family. And it sucks that, somehow the government can't keep the good people, because Mexican people, like I said, have been here. And they're very good people and very hardworking people. And their culture is awesome. And it's just,
Nah, they ain't deporting everybody. Is
no, not everyone, but
only if you've been here for a year or less, or less
well,
than two
there is
years.
a lot of criminals.
Less than 2 years.
That's the sucky part, is there is a lot of criminals.
Yeah, I agree too. Because I think it should happen in reverse. I think most of the people that's in here, I think they should get sent back. Right? Go back to your country. Right. You know how to think for yourself. You know how to do things right. Smart. You learn. Right. You have some knowledge. Right. You don't see things. Right. You have a lot of knowledge, so go put that right towards your country, right? And these people that just came here, right? That just came back, that just came from the country that don't know nothing, right? let them, let them enjoy the privilege you had, right? That's why I felt it should be like a trade. Like, you know what I'm saying? All of these people that
Yeah.
was in here, go back to your country. You know what I'm saying? Go help your country. Let those that just came here, let them enjoy the privilege, or let them, work hard. Let them know what's working hard is, what's waking up early, what it is, to not having time, to really, sleep how you want to sleep, comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Let you go through that, to the same thing that they go through, that they break them, that make them strong as they are, right? But on the real note, though, I don't have no problem with that either way it's done, because I feel like, people shouldn't leave, their you know uh you know ecosystem, and try to, pile up, another group of people ecosystem. I mean, you can come, and and get help. But after a certain time, you gotta go back to your own, man. If you got your own, why we gotta pile my shit up?
What's up, Truth Zone?
What's good, Charles? What's good, my nigga Naga? What's good? What's happening, man?
What's going on, bro? It's
Man,
your boy niggas up again.
oh man, that was a good. Hey, bro, that was a good build yesterday on my panel, bro. That shit was dope, man. That's like one of the best panels I done had, man.
Yeah,
Everybody pulled up.
I, I told you, man. Man. I never, get a character. You know what I'm saying? Uh, whatever it is, that I'm, that it may look like, it ain't never be on my end. I'm always going, make sure, I hold my uh demeanor.
Right. And so I'm trying to bring niggas together, man. But it was good. What's good, Travis? How you been, bro?
Shit, just building.
Yeah, good. I heard you
I was
talking
just
about
asking. I was just asking Charles what he think about the mass deportation that started under Trump.
what happened.
And I said I was asking Charles about what he think about the mass deportation that started under Trump.
Man, I think that's just bullshit. I think that's just propaganda, man.
What you mean?
Because woke said something that made sense. I was like, man, because somebody was trying to say, hey, because look, we see them being. I feel like they being brought in more than they being taken back. I feel like they lying. So why would they bring them here just to deport them? If that don't make sense,
It's
if
about
they take them
money.
back, if they deport them, I'm saying that don't make sense business wise. Because immigrants, all these so called illegal aliens, they don't want to keep the country going because they work the jobs that we don't want to work. So why would they send that? I'm saying that don't make sense business wise. If I'm a
I think they
businessman, I'm looking at it
invited
like that on an economical scale. I'm like, no, I'm not going to deport them back. That just don't make sense. I feel like they just doing that to appease a lot of these people that are anti-immigrant. It's just propaganda.
I
And
mean,
most of these
I'm gonna tell you.
anti-immigrants were immigrants themselves. That's the funny part.
Right?
Man,
The government, they illegal aliens too, so they gonna have to deport their damn self. So I just feel like
No,
I feel like that's just propaganda, man. I feel like they really. Why would they bring them here by the bus loads? They were bringing Chinese immigrants in. All type of immigrants from different ethnic backgrounds were coming in here. So why would they start deporting them now? That just don't make sense, man. I feel like that's some
look,
propaganda.
look, look. This is why yesterday, I was saying that the things that we don't know don't make up for the things that we know. It don't add up. Right? So when we don't know certain thing, it's best to do research, right? Before we can, throw it away with the bathwater. Before we can throw the baby away with the bathwater, right? Before we can throw the meat away with the bone, right? Let's do our own research, right? Because I know people that live, I was just telling Charles, they passed a law.
Hey,
They
Naga,
literally
I'm not doing no research, bro. I'm dealing with basic common sense. This is just common sense we dealing with here. Why would
all
they
right.
start deport? Why would they start sending deporting these niggas and they bringing them in here by the bus loads, man? That just don't
So
make. Plus, look
this,
at it
bro.
from a business, economical standpoint, my nigga.
So listen to this, bro. So listen to this, bro. Listen to this, bro. Remember, you forget that I'm Haitian, bro. I know a lot of Haitian that came here, bro. That
Right.
only they only been here for less than 2 years, bro. And they had authorization, permit card for them to work, right? And some of them had TPS, right? Temporary protected status, right? And they already filed for the asylum, right?
Right.
And all of that shit got canceled. The card that they already had for 8 years, 5 years, that shit got canceled. That shit got revoked. The TPS for they have for 2 years, that shit got revoked, right? Only people that's already been here for 2 years and up, that's safe, right? From the law that they already passed the law. Not only they already passed the law, they already canceled and revoked everybody that already had paper, legal paper under that, under that. So it's not like is a conspiracy. No, they do it. How they control how they doing it. Of course, that will never send everybody. They will never make it a way where they including themselves. They the one that's do it, right? They're gonna do it make where it's not even touching them. It's not even close to them, right? But a lot of people is starting not to go to work, right? A lot
Right.
of people
I feel what you're
started
saying,
to.
Naga, but I just feel like I don't feel like I know. My intuition is telling me that I'm not saying deportation is not happening. I'm not saying ICE is not cracking down. I'm saying I feel like they're going to deport a few hundred people. You spicy up the numbers, make it seem like they deported 100,000 people, put it in the headlines to appease people, man, that are anti-immigration.
Yeah, that's facts. That's what's going to happen. That's why they already started with the 2 years mark and under. It's less than 2 years, so of course it's going to shrink.
Right, that's what I'm saying. As far as them just deporting all these immigrants, man, no, that just don't make sense, man. Because if they
Nah.
did that, the economy would plunge, man. That because you gotta think, like you said, a lot of Haitians came over here, a lot of Colombians came here, a lot of Venezuelans came here, a lot of Islanders came here, a lot of people come from here from China, from all different ethnic backgrounds that keep this economy going, man. Because they work the jobs that we don't want to work. That's why I don't understand why people get mad at immigrants. Oh, why they letting them in? Because nigga, they working the jobs. Why you gonna get mad at somebody that's willing to work for $5 an hour when you making 20? They not my
Yeah,
enemy.
but they going
They
they
can have
going
it.
they're gonna up it up. Like with the is a lot of people that's gonna go, because a lot of people that's been here less than 2 years that's actually working. So when all these people leave, what this corporation gonna do? They're gonna have to raise up the minimum wage, right? So
Right.
once they raise up the minimum wage, so more people that was already here, they will get paid more now, right? So that will make them want to go to work. You know, it's the same way how the minimum wage was like, I think it was like $15 before the COVID, right? And after the COVID, they up it up to $20, and everybody want to go to work.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but I'm just saying, like, man, people been like migrating from place to place all throughout this realm for a very long time, man. And I just feel like I called it a long time ago with Trump. I said Trump's going to be in the headlines every day for the next 4 years. You can bet your bottom dollar in some type of form or fashion, man. It's all. It's just. Oh man, like I don't know, man. It's just like I just feel like, man, they can bring all the immigrants here they want, man. I don't give a shit. They ain't got nothing to do with me. A lot of people in this area I live in, a lot of people are anti-immigrants. They don't like Haitians. They're just based off of propaganda, man. They ain't never met a Haitian or a Venezuelan or an immigrant, migrant a day in their life. They just going off of government rhetoric, TV, CNN rhetoric, Fox rhetoric, man. They don't base you know what I'm saying, man?
Hey, bro, I see both sides. I see both sides of this story,
I don't
right?
give a shit. They can bring 1 billion immigrants over this motherfucker. I wouldn't give a shit. Bring them on.
I mean,
They ain't gonna.
like I said,
I'm still. Look. I'm still gonna go out here, clean windows, and make my paper. I don't give a shit. Bring a trillion of them over here. I don't give two shits.
the most simplest way I'm looking at it is you a grown ass man. You have your house. I'm a grown ass man. I have my house. It's okay for me to come over to your house and have fun and all that. But when it's all said and done, I need to get my ass to my house. That's how I'm looking at it,
Right.
with the different ethnicity thing, right? People that from different ecosystem. It's okay. You from the island, you come over here, right? You enjoy what's going on over here, but at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, get your ass back to the island, right? You're from European, it's okay for you to come over here and enjoy whatever it is. After when it's all said and done, get your ass back to Europe or Africa or Asia. It's the same thing. You feel me? That's
Now,
how I'm looking
one thing I
at
can
just at
say,
my house.
everybody that want to be African American, man. That's why I told them dudes on that Pan African panel. I said, y'all want to be African Americans, man. Ice cracking down. Y'all might as well go and let them put y'all back on this ship, take y'all back over there. Then go back how you came over here on the ship. Don't even ask me flown on a plane. I don't
Hey
know,
man,
but I just feel like
that's
man, I
the
just feel
thing.
like they're gonna do what they're gonna do, man. And I just feel like I'm not gonna look too much into it because when I do look at it, like at first I was like, man, because you talking about like different people from different ethnic backgrounds, like Europeans, Asians, man. They
Bro,
come over, they come
I
over here and
bet
get citizenship. Like my
I
brother's
bet
ex-wife, she was African, and she got with him just so she can get citizenship, so she can stay over here.
bro, I bet you, bro, you're going to start running into a wall, bro. You you basically molding yourself for you to get used to running into a wall, and it's okay. What I mean by that, right? You came from a long way to where you at, right? And it's like and it's starting to be like this is the a dead end zone, right? Like you reach a dead end zone, right? So where I'm telling you, bro, at some point you're going to start like you're catching yourself repeating the same thing over and over, or telling people I've been saying this, I've been saying this, I've been saying that. You're going to keep running into people, right? That's now that's just right finding out the things you've been saying years ago, right? And they will keep in that in itself will keep you in the loop, right? Because it will make you think that you're going forward, right? But it's just that you're just a checkpoint where the people that's going forward, right, is checking in at. If you get my drift, what I mean,
That's what you're saying.
because you're not allowing room for advancement, for you to improve, for you to keep going, right? Because you there is no it is a dead end zone for you, and that's how it is for work too. That's how it is for a lot of people, bro, and that's no good. Because like I said, you just become a checkpoint that with the people that keep on going, right? They just checking in, just like they
Man,
checked on before.
look, man. I think for myself, nigga. I don't need nobody thinking for me. I ain't going
Damn,
to no dead.
nigga.
I ain't going to no dead end zone. I ain't doing none of that, bro. True zone think for himself. I don't need. I'm not, bro. That's the only thing somebody can do in these times. Don't follow. Don't listen to what somebody else say. Base base your
Do your
hypothesis
own
off your
shit.
own intuition, nigga. I'm not listening to nobody on these YouTube streets. If it don't compute and make and it's not logical to me, I'm throwing that shit in the garbage, man. That's what I'm
If
doing.
it
That's what
don't
I'm doing.
compute, it's going down the it's going down the trash chute.
Yeah, that shit going in the
Right.
garbage, nigga.
I mean, I've been saying yesterday. That's what I was trying to say yesterday. I don't think if you if
Man,
you if
if
you
people
know.
gonna think how they if people gonna think how they want to think. That's why I was telling Karma. Shout out to Karma. I was like, man, I got people to come on my panel talking about they got kidnapped by aliens and UFOs and shit. Somebody gonna if they think that. If that's what they want to think, that's their hypothesis, man. That's their prerogative, man. More power to them, man. I ain't gonna try to change the way the nigga think. If you think an alien gonna come kidnap them, more power to you. If somebody thinking a illegal alien gonna come here and take their spot, more power to them. I don't do two shits.
I got kidnapped by a white man before.
But listen, though, not everything is thinking is a thought, though. Certain thing is just an experience, though. Right?
Just like these Aboriginal niggas think they gonna get their land back. They think they gonna get land back. Ain't no land coming back to nobody. This shit's over with. Ain't no land coming back to nobody. That's some old feel good ass shit.
Nah, I
Just
think
like
if you got the right paperwork, I personally think you can do your thing and get it back. I do. I
I'm saying like
personally think
individually, yeah. I agree with that. So I agree with most of what Naga be saying because that's my nigga. But a lot of this stuff, man, I'm starting to question a lot of these people on the YouTube streets, man. Naga's my nigga anyway. But like you were saying, man, like individually, yeah. But I'm saying like on a collective level, man. As far as like,
I think you could get some of your land back because you know your great grandparents, right? They reside in Mississippi.
my granddad he still got land in Mississippi. Him, my granddad,
Okay, that's
he
even
just passed.
better. That's even better, man.
I'm saying on a collective level, I just feel like, man, it's just too far gone. I feel like it's too done. It's too many dumb motherfuckers roaming around, man. Ain't enough people that deal with rational thinking and you really using their own discernment. There's too many dumb motherfuckers, man. If the dumb outweigh the smart niggas, man, how we gonna win? It's too many dummies.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
the ops are looking at it. The ops looking at it. The more dumb motherfuckers, the better it is for me.
they can never defeat us, fucking Truso, man. They
That's
can't.
hey, tell me that's how the ops think, Charles. The more
Well,
dumb motherfuckers it is, the better it is for them. That's why they keep indoctrinating these motherfuckers and turn
yeah,
motherfuckers.
they're about numbers. You know, that's like going after quantity and not quality. All the
Right.
intelligent people come together. We got quality, man, not quantity. We don't need numbers to
We
win.
will never get that
What
when
about
the
somebody that's so damn smart but they so damn dumb?
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, that's
Imagine
you
what
can
they
throw that
said.
throw that into the equation too. What about somebody that's so intelligent at in the same breath
Well,
they're so unintelligent? I know a few people
well,
like
here's
that.
what
Like
I'm
man,
about to say about that.
that's a quagmire.
Everyone's intelligent in their own area, man.
that's what it is though. You can't have one without the other. You can't be intelligent without being dumb and stupid, right? It's just that people just think that they can focus on one. People think that they can only focus on stupidity, or people think they can only focus on being smart and intelligent. But you can't have one without the other.
You right, bro. That's what I'm saying. I be sitting like when I'm not on my live, I'm doing a panel, bro. I'm not out handling my business or doing the family thing, man. I be sitting back listening to a lot of these YouTube people, man. I be thinking to myself, wow, man, I have respect for this person on a scholarly level. If you want to call it scholarly, a lot of these niggas ain't no scholars. These motherfuckers is real. They real deal. They imbeciles, man. They come from directly from Moron Mountain. That movie Space.
Damn,
That movie Space Jam. Moron Mountain.
I never heard. Reminds me of the Caucasus Mountains.
The Caucasus Mountains. I don't know where white people come from. I really don't give it. That's what I'm saying. I'm to the point now, bro. I used to follow that whole ideology of like the 5% nation, the nation of Islam, talking about the
I
white
agree
people
with
come
that,
out of the
bro.
caves. I don't know where Caucasoids come from. Even if I did,
Caucasus.
even if I did, well, if I did know where a so-called white person or a Caucasoid come from, that wouldn't benefit me. If I went around with a speakerphone, with a megaphone in the streets, showing Caucasians where they come from, think they would give a shit? Hell no. At this point in time, it just don't matter, man.
You know what's funny? The Hebrew Israelites. No disrespect to them, but
Man, them
they're
niggas
always
was
like, white man, the white man, the white man, the white man, the white man. That shit gets old, man.
That shit tired. That's tired, bro. That's why I said me and the Realist McCoy was talking about that last night. I was like, man, like, look, man. I say we sit here and say the so-called black people were the first people here. If that's the case, that means we the reason for all this shit going south. And then again, if a white person did come out of the Caucasus Mountains, if they have monkey, have man, you mean to tell me you let a inferior race conquer you? That's what I'm saying.
That's what bro Sanford said one time. He shut homeboy down. Dude quieted after that.
Who that?
Bro Sanchez, I remember a debate he had. Yeah, brought that up. He goes, so you mean to tell me some white monkey men from the mountains defeated our superior race where we could communicate mind to mind and we had all these superpowers? You mean some fucking monkey men defeated us?
Yeah, man, that shit don't make sense. You know my new hypothesis, bro. You know what my hypothesis is now, bro? I feel like somebody came up with a grand scheme. I just feel like everybody always been here. Somebody came up with a grand scheme, like, okay, we're gonna call these motherfuckers black. We're gonna call them white. We're gonna put them against each other. We're gonna sit back, watch them fight each other about a fucking nomenclatural
That's what
type.
I think they want.
To be honest, that's what I think they want.
Well,
True, someone.
The
I mean,
only people that want it are the people actually fighting about it, though, right? So what people want us to do and how we're behaving are two totally different things, right? Like, I just want to say hello, Charles. Hi, Naga. Hi, Truth Zone. I just want to go back for a minute and say, did you say that you were kidnapped by a white man once?
Yeah.
Charles? Were you joking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna keep going with it and say it was by the police.
Yeah.
A white cop.
That's why okay, I get it. That's why these guys were able to skirt over it so quickly, because they probably could sense and know that you were kidding, or going there. I haven't been around in a while. Nice to meet you, Truth Zone. But this warring a white, like even this, like, some half monkey, half ape thing. I get it. I was down all these information rabbit holes, and sometimes we can sit here like 2-3 years later, cognating what we thought we learned, like even if we don't believe it anymore, but it's so old. Isn't it exhausting? Like, don't you guys find it exhausting? I mean, I find it exhausting talking about the things that the rabbit holes I went down. And I'm not saying like, don't you find talking online exhausting? I'm just saying, like, almost every time I pop in here, Truth Zone, we've never met you. Almost every time I pop in here, within moments, the conversation is all about race. I get that you're not making it about race.
Listen, hold on. This is where the hypocrisy this is where the hypocrisy kicks in, respectfully. Because I heard you on somebody else's panel saying verbatim, insinuating, talking about race, so-called race. So for you to come over here and try to tell me,
I said about race. I need you to tell me what panel.
We're not doing that. I'm saying, like, you just trying to come on here and you being passive aggressive. You're trying to be passive aggressive though. You coming over here saying, all right, you're being passive aggressive. You know you are. Then you lead the chat.
She left.
Yeah, she's passive. She's fake, bro. I don't like Becca anyway, because she tried to come over. She tried to come over here one time and say that I was insulting somebody that had autism. I didn't even know the kid.
Oh, I think she was talking about
man, fuck Beck. She tried, because I heard her over on Rat Blood's panel talking about different people from different ethnic backgrounds. For her to come over here and say, "Oh, that's tiresome to hear that." We come up here and say something new. Then Beck said we ain't already heard. She one of them people that think they so smart but so dumb. She's one of them. The one I'm talking about, her. Bet you so smart, you so dumb in the same. You dumb in the same breath. You think white mean right? I come over here and be passive aggressive. It's so tiresome. Take your ass on somewhere else then. Same person out here talking about race on a Rat Blood's channel, on Rat Blood's panel, which I come over here and control the conversation. Get your ass on somewhere. Ain't got no respect for you.
The only thing I get tired of is it has nothing to do with anyone here. It's just through the years of because even True Zone said,
bring your ass back up here, Bex. No, you can't come over here and do that. You can't come up here and try to do that and then leave out. Then you trying to be passive aggressive. No, I didn't mean it in that. Come on, act all nice. That's how y'all do. Act all passive aggressive, be all nice. And then, oh no, I don't like the way you. If you don't like it, so what? Who cares? What you shit don't make me. Whatever I eat don't make what you eat don't make me shit. So who cares, Bex? And then you try to holler. So I'm saying you so fake because then you try to holler. I was attacking an autistic dude. No, I wasn't. You fake, man. I don't like you. You smart, but you dumb. And I ain't gonna say I'm not even gonna give you that type. I'm not even gonna give you that type of veneration or credence. You not smart. You dumb as shit. You another dummy that go on these panels thinking you got it all figured out. Dumb as shit.
All right, bro. You know, let it
You
go. Shit,
dumb bitch.
got up out of there, bro. So let it go. You know, it is deep, but it ain't that deep.
Man, that dumb bitch. I ain't playing with none of these people no more, man. Fuck them all. You dumb bitch.
Especially, bro, this is Charles' platform. You feel
Okay,
me? So try
first
to
of all, I want to address one issue at a time here, and please don't overspeak me. I will
Man,
give you a
fuck you,
chance
you
to speak.
dumb
I'll
bitch.
give you a
relax,
chance to speak.
don't do
Yeah,
that.
Go ahead, you got it.
Charles,
Go ahead.
you have made some great new friends. This is exactly why your channel doesn't have as many people at it regularly. This guy. Bye.
Who gives a shit? Man, I'm gonna fall back, man.
Hold on. My whole dresser of cards just fell over. I hope I didn't dent no expensive
Yeah, like we in
cards.
grade school. She tried to holler. The reason why you don't have friends anymore is because it's another person. Are we in grade school? Are we 10 years old all over
There are
again?
people that always have something to say, and I'm not saying Bex, but I know what she's talking about. But I mean, I've said it a million times. I'm really not here for views. Number one, like I've heard other people talk shit about that. I've
Man, they
called
all fake, bro. All of them fake, bro. They be over there smiling in your face, but then go over to the Axis Rat Bloods
that.
panel and be all smiling all in his face. They all fake, bro. All of them. That's why I told them. That's why I told all of them. Man, don't come around me, man. They all fake. Beck's the fakest one over here. She dumb too. I don't have respect for immature women. For an immature woman like her. She sounds immature.
Man, I just felt like, I've been around this knowledge for so long. I kind of use this thing like, like sports arena. You know, it's different arenas for different, uh, uh, for different battle, for different opponents, right? Different categories. So I'm just
Oh,
saying,
bro, no, she tried to. That was some fake. That was like very fake of what she just did, bro. She came on being passive aggressive. She came on saying, "Oh, all you talk about is racism." But I just heard you over on somebody else's panel talking about people from different ethnic backgrounds. That would make you a hypocrite. That would make you a hypocrite. That's like me going on somebody else's panel talking about something and then come on over here telling me not to talk about a certain topic. But I heard you somewhere else talking about the same thing I'm talking about. That just don't make sense to me. It's not like you trying to control somebody. You ain't controlling me. I don't know you.
yeah, bro.
I
But what
don't want to know you.
I'm saying though, it could
Go
have been
on
a
over
situation.
there to Axis
Like,
Rat Blood.
no, listen to what I'm saying though. You and Bex could have been what happened between me, between what it could have been me and Bobby yesterday, right? Like we could have been and go rah rah rah, you feel me? And then Bobby didn't want to be there, or I didn't even want to be there no more. You know what I'm saying? And then now, fucked up the whole build. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it could have been that. You know what I'm saying? But because me and Bobby we had a different approach. You know what I'm saying? The build was great. And I'm saying, that moment right there, it could have been one of these right here where you and Bex, could have go ahead and hash things out, and it end up turning out to be a great bill. That's all I was saying. That's why I said, I feel like, this knowledge thing is like sports arena. You know, different people you deal with them on a different level, when you're in different on you know, when you're on certain platform. I hope you don't think, bro. You feel me? I was coming at you with anything, bro. I see you dropped off or something, so I don't know if you had something to do. You have a phone call or whatever the case may be, but hey, bro, you know you're love.
Hello? Am I here? I didn't
Yeah,
mean to cause this. I honestly didn't mean to cause a scene, Charles. I don't care if someone who's hardly listened to me thinks I'm fake. There's lots of stories can be sown about people, and always people have their own perspectives. But I came up quite respectfully. I actually, even after being called a bitch, I came up here to at least sort out this comment about Brandon Looney Tunes. Because if he were to go back and see what I said, there was no emotion behind what I said when I informed him that Brandon Looney Tunes is some kind of autistic guy. Just if Truth Zone is listening, he would also know that it's not beyond me to call an autistic person, a simple person, a fucking troll. Okay? Some of these people out here can be both, right?
Who's
And in
autistic?
fact, you know,
Is it nemesis?
there was a guy that had shown up on Truth Zone's panel. One day Truth Zone came in here and said to you, "Oh, some weirdos are coming over to my panel from over here," right? And he mentioned some guy, Nemesis, had been in his back chat all day spurging. And then he also mentioned some guy named Brandon Looney Tunes, right? And so I said in the chat that Brandon was autistic, right? Like I didn't say it or point it out because I thought because I had any opinion of what Truth Zone had said to this kid. I was just telling him that. I didn't paint the picture in any kind of tone. I didn't act like, oh, Truth Zone should have known that. Nor did I even paint the picture that this guy couldn't have been trolling Truth Zone. So he reads and interprets chat from a sector where they like to bring people up on panel who haven't come up to speak. And so he's ready to debate, let's say. You know, and I came up on the wrong topic. But after I left, and even then, if he went back and listened, I didn't get a word out edgewise before he started calling me fake, you know, and saying that I'd done the same thing, which is not true. I'm not
but
saying I
Bex,
haven't talked about race right
Bex,
now, Truth Zone, right now when I was up here, right
Bex,
fucking now.
Bex,
I came up.
Bex.
What?
Can you let it go?
Well, yeah, I can, but yes, I can. But Naga, right? A bunch of men out here talking about how women are supposed to behave. And then the moment a woman says anything, he jumps down her throat and then starts calling her a bitch as soon as she leaves. Yeah, I can let it go. But I don't want to let it go without being shown that I'm the bigger person who came up to talk to him a second time. I may have started off on the wrong foot. I'm not that comfortable around this man. Most of the people who come here find that he comes here too much. It's your channel, Charles. None of us tell each other what to do. But
The
he
only
sure has
reason,
changed the
the only
fucking
reason,
narrative of this channel, just like anyone else who comes here for 5 or 6 months. I did it.
the
I
only
did it.
reason, the only reason I said that, Bex, is because I told him the same thing. When you left and he kept going, I asked him, I'm like, all right, bro, can you let it go? It's did, but it's not that did, right? I asked him to let it go, and it's the same way I'm asking you. Isn't that?
Have I ever sat up here, Charles, on this panel and started berating and calling someone a fucking bitch and a fucking asshole and fuck this and fuck that?
No.
You know? Exactly.
Yeah, all this
Right?
arguing. This is
So
why, not because of you guys, but it's just like I don't know.
I'm just saying every day that guy says the same thing, you know? And on top, I would like to say that I liked his breakdown of what Brandon made him look like or what it looks like when somebody does that, right?
It sounds
I listen, you know? But every single day this conversation devolves down to the white and black man, and it's fucking retarded. It's fucking retarded.
I brought it up today though. I was talking about the Aboriginals.
Forgive me then, but we should be able to talk about this. And then the idea that Mexicans are all from Mexico. Do people know that the Spanish people came all the way up into British Columbia long before the white man came across, or whoever came across this fucking country? That the history of the west coast of this continent is 200 to 300 years behind the other coast of the continent, you know? And it has a totally different settlement story. Right. So even talking about pushing Mexico, I know maybe I've got it wrong, and he understands that Latin Americans, right, went all the way up the fucking coast. And he's not talking about
I
Latin
think
Americans.
all
He's
the
talking about
Mexicans are
Mexicans.
Native Americans. That's what I see
But
a lot of them.
I can't ask a question without being called a fucking bitch, so I don't ask them. You know, I asked a question. I stated a statement the other day, and the guy spurred, right? He spurred at me, and he came around, okay? But I was not calling him a fucking autistic person abuser, for fuck's sakes. You know? It's retarded. Anyways, yes, I can let it go. But yeah, I don't really have much to say, you know? I don't really have much to say. I should have come up here. I apologize. I should have come up here in peace and introduced myself to Truth Zone. I really don't give a fuck what he thinks of me. Charles has invited me over. I was here. I thought I'd pop in, pop up. I didn't want to be lurking, you know? But where do you
What's
join
up,
into a
Sally?
conversation? It's the same fucking conversation every fucking day. We're all looping. I'm not blaming him of doing anything I haven't been doing, but I don't loop on fucking race.
Right. Well, anything new you've been looking into, Bex?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Some really interesting stuff. Hello, JG. Do you want to say hi first? You want to, you know, as I really have been, and I'll tell you about it. I just wanted to say that, yeah, the other day, actually, I was looking into global self-deletion rates, and I was comparing them to the number of people opting into the MAID program in Canada, which is a medically induced self-deletion program, you know, and looking at the numbers. I found this paper that had gone through the numbers of people where and number of people applying to the program, number of people accepted to the program, you know, and the acceleration of the people being accepted into that program. So like 65,000 people since it started last year, 15,000 people, 5% of deaths in Quebec. 5% of the deaths in Quebec were self-deletions. Most people are over 77, right? And 95% of the people are Caucasian. Those are just stats that I was looking at. And I was comparing the self-deletion rates of Nigeria, which was 17.6, 18 people per 100,000 people in Nigeria, for instance. Now, in such a dense population, well, it's the same size population actually per square. Anyways, it's 260 million people, right? I was comparing them just to the MAID numbers of Canada and found that Canadians, 36 people per 100,000 Canadians were opting into the MAID program, double the number of people self-deleting themselves in Nigeria. And I was shocked. I mean, not that I'm shocked that I'm grateful that people aren't killing themselves in Nigeria. That's not what I'm shocked about. I was shocked at that I hadn't even looked into the self-deletion rates yet in Canada. So, and I will compare them to other demographics. I wasn't making it about race. I wanted to compare it to a place that people tend to grab and say, this is an unhappy place. This is a oppressed place, you know? It's just, I'm a good friend from Nigeria, and I wanted to be able to talk to him about it. So that's one thing I was looking into. Then yesterday I looked into QAnon, and I found an academic paper that a bunch of joint people across all these snooted fucking universities had written on the data they'd collected about the QAnon movement, looking at seeing how many people were involved. And it was fucking insane, though, just that there's this academic paper written. You know, I'd have to bring it out. It's all these graphs and stuff. I glanced through it. I read the abstract. It's fucked up data collecting, you know? So yes, I have been looking into new things, and I have been looking at bringing some presentations out online to discuss on my channel, or to bring to you guys to discuss. Yes, those are my two new bits of research that I'm trying to go out and find things that are interesting to talk about. Not interesting per se, but based in reality. Can we piece it out here, Truth Zone? I did insult you, and you insulted me.
Friend. It's my new friend. It's
Where?
called right here.
It's called a double-sided fucking blade. That's big.
It's a piece of shit China blade for survival. I don't like it because it's, once again, black steel from China, and it's cheap. It's fragile.
You look, I don't have no contention with you, man, Bex. And I apologize for calling you out of your name. It just seemed like, I just seen you being kind of passive aggressive with your approach.
I didn't mean to be. I was, but I can see that you are used to much more direct communication, and I probably was trying to sandwich it between things I did understand and things I didn't understand, rather than just ask a question and introduce myself.
Right. I don't
But
want I don't want to seem like the bad guy over here because you had mentioned to Charles the reason why people don't come around is because of me. I haven't been around that long. I've been around what 5 months. I haven't been around that long.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I was here. I came and hung out with Charles every day, and lots of people said I was
and that would make
lots of people didn't come around because I was here.
right. I don't want to cut you off. And that would make someone fake. That would make someone fake. That would make them somebody a fake supporter of Charles to not come around him based off of who he lets up on the panel. That would make somebody fake. That would make somebody not genuine. That would make somebody disingenuous to me. If somebody's not gonna come around based off who I associate with. If you rock with me, you rock with me. No matter who I mess with, no matter who I let on my panel. That would make me a disingenuous person, right?
Yeah, it does, and Charles kept me around in spite of what those people were saying. When I had too much heat on me, I mean, I went to start my own channel too, but when I had too much heat on me, I didn't want to bring it over here. So it amplified my distance,
Right. I ain't trying to bring chaos over here. I'm not trying to sound like I'm stuck in a loop. It's just we were talking about immigration and migration earlier, and that just so happened to be brought up.
Yes, and I should have asked a question, and I should have said, "Are you talking?" When you mentioned about the Mexicans and the border, or Charles mentioned about Mexicans and the border, I was wondering if I should have asked him, "Are you talking about the illegal immigrants now, or are you talking about the Latin American people altogether?" I should have asked that because I was jumping to extreme conclusions.
I don't even know.
But I can promise you, Truth Zone, that I'm sure I've been seen out here saying things that I can't stand on now, right? That I've changed my opinion, or I've sat and not contradicted what someone else is saying, and by not contradicting what they're saying, I look like I'm in agreement. I'm not perfect. When we get into race, we end up talking about our own race, and we can both end up looking narrow-minded or narrow-focused.
Right. But I've grown past that, on a conscious level. Like I've grown past that. Like it's not even about race with me anymore. It's never been about race. I was just conveying to them, like, I felt like a small group of people came up with that whole ideology of the few control the many, right? So I feel like a few people got together and said, hey, let's take these people and put them against each other. That's what I was just conveying to them. That's it, man. But I don't want to sound like I'm stuck saying the same thing.
Well, and nor do I. But I think that it happens, when we have like hours and hours of conversation every day, it just becomes how humans engage, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's out in the real world, right?
Right.
If we were,
it becomes repetitive because look, I got a plethora of information on my channel of different topics on my channel that I talk about. I'm not one dimensional,
Yeah. Yes.
At all.
And I have heard you talk on many different topics. So, and I'm not placating here, and like I said, anything that I just threw at you saying that, I have been accused of and have done the same thing over here then, like.
Right. But I don't want no smoke, Bex. I don't want no smoke. We good. Everything good, Apologize for calling you out your name because I wouldn't call a woman out of her name, I just feel like, that was kind of like a low blow.
Well, yeah, and I can handle being called a bitch. Obviously we'd had some miscommunications from text to panel, right? And I didn't come up and sort those out even on the day that I agreed with you when you mentioned what you broke down about how people like Brandon can make a content creator look just by the way they come onto the channel.
Right. I thought he was just a troll because I have what's his name? I forgot the guy's name. Nemesis. He comes over there at like every panel until I blocked him. But prior to that, he would come over there just saying the N-word like in the back chat every panel. So I thought it was like him using a burner account.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I would never maliciously attack an autistic person, but then in the same breath, like I was conveying to you, some of them they use that to their advantage. So
Well, and I would say that, I don't know for certain. I don't remember ever actually talking to Brandon. If I did, it was like a year and a half ago on a panel of 5 or 6 people. I've seen him seemingly what I would say about Brandon is the timing of him showing up into people's channels tends to be likely either someone saying, hey, come over here, or hey, check this out. There is an aspect that I find exceptionally trolly about Brandon. And, there's another character out here. No need to mention, I don't think she's ever been out here, but she's also someone who garners a lot. She panels and she's autistic and she gets a
Right.
lot of people's sympathy and she should be kicked from most panels. She
Right.
is a troll.
I don't go from panel to panel causing
Yeah.
chaos. Me personally, no,
Yeah.
because it's only a few panels I deal with. Charles's panel, I go over there on Smoke Signal's panel. I'm trying to think who else. I think that's it, man. And I do my own thing on my own channel. So,
Yeah. Well,
ain't like
yeah.
I'm
And it
on
was
here trolling
interesting.
because I feel like I've laid down the groundwork. I feel like I've done my due diligence. I've been doing this a long time. I just didn't start jump into this and started doing this. I've been doing this a long time. And I correct
Mhm.
myself when I'm wrong. I feel like a lot of people in these YouTube streets, they can't correct themselves when they're wrong. A lot of narcissists roam these YouTube streets.
Yeah, I've wondered the same. I know that I've definitely changed. I've said things that I don't stand on. I've said them to troll. I've said them to be honest. I've had different opinions than I have now. And interestingly enough, I feel like maybe it's because it's in video format that people feel like if we're going to come to YouTube, you have to come to YouTube only saying what you know. Like we're human beings learn and grow and change their opinions. So, how people tend to hold people to these receipts, right? When really, even if somebody had an opinion yesterday that they haven't yet changed today, and someone can point out to them that this is where you may be wrong, and now you've changed your opinion. There's a lot of people out here that are like, nope, you said it once, you said it this, you said it like that, and it's like, holy fuck, like, how can we let each other grow and change without holding people accountable to the receipts of what they said in the past, And I get that makes it for confusing communication between people once you've already created your perception of someone,
Yeah,
but
I just get confounded sometimes when I hear, not even you per se, certain people come over here and they complain to Charles about us talking about so-called quote unquote race and all this other stuff. But then I hear these same people on other panels talking about the same topic. So that's kind of hypocritical to me. That's what that sound like to me. I'm like, man, whoa, hold on. How are they over there complaining to Charles about that? But then I hear him over here talking about the same topic over here. I found that kind of odd.
mm-hmm. I was trying to think of where I would have. We've had a bit of stuff go down in the last few days, so I was trying to. I got a little bit stocked up on where you thought you'd heard me say it, and was thinking about the last couple of days when you mentioned over at Access's, and I'm not really a receipt demander. I don't like that. I trust that if you've perceived me to say something, that I trust that if I was over there talking about race or something, I was talking about race, like I don't remember it. I know that I don't sit around. I'm not someone to slander another race of people. Like it's not my way. Like I love the diversity of the world, so,
Right.
but I
Nothing wrong
also
with
know
that.
it's difficult to come up, like, as I looked up at the racial demographics of this MAID program, I was interested because they're looking at coming up with more. I don't know if you know what MAID is, but it's medically induced self-deletion program in my country. That
Medically induced self-deletion program. That's out of Canada.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
did I say it right? Medically induced.
Well, it's actually it's medical assistance in death is what it's called. So I actually
Medical
can
assistance
say
in
that.
death.
Yeah, but
What
it's
up,
come
Dean?
down.
Man, what's
Yeah.
happening,
Sorry.
Dean? Like that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
I rock with Dean because I made a video. I won't change the subject. I made a video the other day and he didn't agree with it. But a lot of people might not agree with what I say. But I got to keep it moving.
Well, and
One
like I
monkey don't
said,
stop a show.
I do really want to reiterate that when I said you're the reason people don't come around here, you know, it was said to me for a long time. So
Right. That
I
has something to do with
I
me,
was
man. Let me
projecting.
tell you
I was
something.
projecting. You
That's
know?
what I'm saying. That's somebody being disingenuous to Charles.
Yeah.
Because how you gonna let somebody? How you gonna let what I come on here and say? You know, be the reason that you don't come around this guy anymore. If you rock with him, you rock with him. Don't let it's like somebody's looking for an easy way out. Okay, I'm gonna find a reason not to go on this channel no more. Let True Zone be an escape for me. So I'm saying that's
I see what
weak
you're
minded
saying.
to me.
Because it's not my escape, just so you know. It's not
No,
my
ain't that,
escape.
if somebody don't want to come around Charles, that means
You know,
it ain't
Well,
got nothing to do
yeah,
with
X
me.
was mad at me because we had our little. It's my fault we got into this, but I ain't gonna talk about
well,
it. But
it took two to tango. I wasn't mature about it either, Charles. I could have talked to you, so you know.
but anyway, I'll talk
But
to you on Telegram.
yeah, we sorted it
I'm
all
saying,
out.
but
You know,
that just seems like that would make somebody fake to me. Like that's like somebody saying they ain't gonna come on my panel anymore based off of because me having Naga on there. That no, I'm not gonna. I'm unbiased. Like if somebody feels some type of way towards Naga, somebody towards Bobby Knight, because I be having Bobby Knight on my panel. If somebody say, hey, I'm not gonna listen to Truth Zone no more because he has Bobby Knight on his panel, that means that person was being disingenuous from the jump. That means they were showing me fake love from the jump, and they was just looking for an easy way out. That's what that looks like to me. But we can move on, man. I'm just saying, like that. People
yeah,
gotta
yeah.
actually sit back and really, really think about what they say before they say it. People just be saying things and they really don't know what they saying. But y'all got it, man.
Yes, yes, myself included. Right? I spoke before I thought. Right? And I looked like a fucking hypocrite.
I mean, I just want to say this right quick. Probably take me like 10, 15 seconds. You know, I think, you know, when you know, on the battlefield, where there is warfare, right? Whatever it is, you know, to try to hurt your opponent, you know, whatever you know, you can use at that point, that's what you're using. You're not thinking about, you know, what you could use, you know, to not hurt your opponent, because you're trying to hurt them. Motherfucker trying to hurt you. They, whether is, like I said, is psychologically or whether it's physically, right? War, you know, war is war. So if we disagree with each other, you know, and we coming at each other, you know, I'm not thinking about, you know, what I'm about to use, you know, to not trying to hurt your feelings or to not trying to say
Right,
certain things. Whatever it is, it is. What, you know, it
right,
is what it is. You're coming
right.
at me, I'm
Hey,
coming at you.
now let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question, bro.
Good.
You had contention with Bobby's Knight, right?
Right.
And I had him on my panel yesterday, and you came up, and y'all had beef from God knows when. That's like me trying to separate myself from you just because you got smoked with Bobby's Knight. No, that's between you all. No, that's like you saying, hey, I'm not gonna come on Truth Zone's panel anymore because he got Bobby Knight up there. That means you wasn't being real from the jump, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's my point. My point proven.
No,
I
no, no, no. I
appreciate
definitely agree with you. I wasn't
I
saying
got a
that,
lot
look,
of people that
that
do that to me, Truth Zone.
I wasn't saying that, hey, I'm saying that, look, in a battlefield, that's okay. Like, you know, if I was let's say I was battling with Bobby, right? And let's say it didn't go and organized the way it went, right? Let's say it was all chaos. Let's say, right, like he was going crazy at me and I was coming crazy at him, right? Like I could have used you, right, to hurt him, right? I could have
Right.
used you to hurt
Yeah, I
him. I
see what
could
you're
have
saying.
beat. I
Right.
could have been like, man, you know, I'm about to have this. I'm gonna make sure this nigga choose on. Don't ever have you come up here or no more. You feel me? Or if he got you come up here, no more, nigga, I'm not coming up here. Right? I could have used you just because I'm going at him crazy. He going at me crazy, and right now I'm running out of shit to
It
use,
kind
and
of
you're the
remind me
only
like a
one I could
kid trying
use.
to blame they siblings for their parents splitting up. Like, man, you the reason why my mom and dad split up. The reason why
Mm-hmm.
we don't. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
sometimes I wonder if I was the reason my parents split up. I'm
Yeah,
being
it's all
cheeky.
good, man.
But yes,
Hey,
I do understand.
that's what I'm saying. I respect you, Beck, man. I really do, man. So, like what he's just saying, like when we in the midst of war, anything goes. But I do respect you for your insight on things, and you can articulate yourself very well. So, you know, I respect that, and I can't shun that. I can't diss that because you can articulate yourself, and you do break down things intricately. So I ain't got no contention with that. So
And
we
I
good, man.
also
I'm gonna mute up.
appreciate the perspective that you bring, you know, when I can get past my own, this is what I would say. Sometimes I think we also can assume someone's looping, right? And then not hear the changes and evolutions in one's loop, you know? And so I'm guilty of not knowing you well enough and not coming up here to talk to you and reading the dissent of people who come at you in chat. I don't know your history with these people. You know, if you hop into my life right now, right, and you see, and you're just meeting me on YouTube and you see where I've been the last 5 days or whatever, you're going to have a different picture of me than what you had than if you'd met
And
me a
I
month
don't know
ago, a
these
year
people over
ago.
here and on Charles's chat from a can of paint. Carmen
Yeah.
come to collect. She comes over there on my panel all the time. So that's one person
Well,
I
and
do like.
that's Mommy Chula, isn't it? Mommy Chula?
Yeah. I got a
Or
lot of
Mama?
respect for
Yeah,
her.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
she
yeah,
holds me down in these YouTube
yeah.
streets. So I got a lot of respect for her. But everybody else, like Ken and Dummy, the rest of these guys, I don't know these guys. I'm a can of paint, man. I might have said something a long time ago that they might have not liked, and they still mad at me about it. But it's all
Fuck
good.
this
Well, and
room. I'm
well,
ready
and
to
I'm
go
pretty
and
sure that
die.
Mommy. Sorry, go ahead, Charles. Or no?
I said,
I was
fuck
just
this room. I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that actually Mommy Chula was one of the first people after I'd been here for a while to sort of politely push back, you know, assertively push back. I could be wrong, so forgive me, Mommy Chula, if I am wrong. But I remember looking down in the chat one day and seen someone say, "Oh, this girl again," or whatever. And at that time, I wasn't used to a lot of pushback, and I was really, I just think, "Oh, fuck," So, anyways, if I'm wrong, but I feel like I just did to you what I felt like she was saying to me back then, and and again, I apologize. So I appreciate that we can bring it around to this. I also wanted to say you brought up Bobby Knight, and someone brought up Axis Rat Blood. One day, way back when, almost a year and a half ago now, I was down on the Zedetic Warriors channel, and I hopped up and joined the panel, and he decided to say, "Oh, I've got some people coming in. Why don't you co-host for a moment?" And he left the panel, and he left me interviewing Bobby Knight and Axis Rat Blood. And that was my introduction to Bobby Knight. So, yeah, not that there's really any moral or lesson in that, but I met Bobby, and I already knew Axis at the time. So it was a good conversation. I haven't met him since. Bobby Knight, that is.
Hey, Bex.
Yeah.
Mommy Chula said, Bex, aren't you the comedian? And your name is my name. My name is Rebecca.
Yes.
We
It's
got to
very
get
true.
you to do some jokes.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
say it like you don't have skills. Yeah, you do.
Well, I've actually been meaning to go back out into comedy here, stand-up comedy and open mics, and see, after dealing with the chat on YouTube, I never, as a stand-up comedian, I never talk to the audience. I might talk to the audience on the whole and divide the whole room, right? How many people are parents? How many are not parents? But I never did any crowd work. And I'm really looking forward to taking the skills from chat to the stage and work and seeing how I engage with the crowd now that I know how I've learned to engage with chat. I think it'll totally change my my approach to comedy. But yeah, thank you. I will. It's one thing. I've got some friends, actually, some new friends that I've made in the last 4 or 5 months that are looking at putting together a comedy show, an open mic style comedy show. It's in early stages, but if anyone's interested, I don't mean to give it a plug, but I will here. It's at Surrounded by Comedy. It's just a new channel. They haven't done anything yet. But one of the problems with coming online and saying you're going to do a comedy show is people have high expectations that everyone will be funny to begin with. And it may dissuade people, because online people are a lot different. It may dissuade people from actually coming, but we're going to still push forward and try and do it. Try and set up some sort of open mic style panel, maybe a mini Kill Tony style panel where you've got audience on panel as well. So yeah, that's something that we've had in the works as well. But my point is, when I came out here telling people I was a comedian, a lot of people expected me to be. I think I'm saying that because I planned for my channel to be a comedy channel, and I was just telling people something
Put
about
it this
myself.
way, bro. You get
Yeah.
on stage, even for you to write your own jokes, you know, people talk shit and say this and that, but they can't write jokes. They have no delivery. Just like me, that's what I experience when I write my rhymes. And you know, they would pull the white
Yeah.
boy card, or you ain't got no skills. A lot of it was jealousy, or just ignorance, but it's just part of what comes with it. If you got haters, you know you're doing something right.
It's true.
That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I learned quite quickly out here on YouTube that you know, there's two sides to the crowd that you're catering to. I
Well,
wouldn't say I
I
learned
bet you're
quickly.
good. I've
Those
never
haters
heard
are
you
faithful,
joke.
man. Those haters are. You've never heard my jokes?
No, I bet they're
No.
good.
Thank you. Yeah, the comedy that I'd sort of found myself doing at 44 years old, when I was 42, 43, 44, when I was really immersed in it, was all about tragic dating stories. You know, I didn't want to be I didn't want to be a trope. I didn't want to come up and be a bitter woman blaming men for my mistakes, right? And I noticed that for the handful of comedians, female comedians that were in the industry, they tend to be quite tropish, right? They'll just toe a line. And so I ended up doing a series of tragic dating stories that it culminated with a lot of accountability, witty accountability at the end. And it went over really well. It was not really YouTube appropriate because, well, I'm older now. I'm in my 50s, and talking about the dating and stuff just wasn't. Anyways, yeah, I don't talk about my sex life, my dating life, stuff like that on YouTube. To the point that most people would be like, Extra large, she ain't never been on a date in her life, that fat bitch. You know, like, I'd rather people think that than actually be subject or privy to the comedy that I used to do.
I think a big part of anything involving a crowd is to let the crowd know what you're gonna do, is to get the crowd to react, right, to what you're gonna do, right, even though they know that's what you're gonna do, right?
Yeah.
It's like having, like, for like a comedian, right? It's like getting the crowd to, to laugh to your jokes, knowing that it's a joke, right? I think that's when it's most effective, because a lot of time, the crowd cannot tell if it's a joke, you know what I'm saying, if it's a joke or if it's, something serious, right? Sometimes the joke already got told, but the crowd is still waiting for the joke to be told, right? Because they wasn't prepared, they wasn't alert, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
Dino.
How you going, Bix?
Hola, hola.
How are you, Chuck? Truth Zone, Nod Genie, and who else have we got?
What's up, Beck? Yeah. What's up? Yeah. I'm doing 16 things at once. My bad.
It's all good, bro. It all happens. It all happens here. Look, I'll tell you what, I think that's bloody true, what you said there, Bex, about how we evolve. And man, I've evolved. I've evolved since coming here, that's for sure.
Remember when we were all praying to purple ink or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Getting caught up on words and stuff.
The fucking shit we live with, eh?
Oh, man. We inmates been running the asylum for a while around here.
All right, well, this is it. I half believe that some of the, because I just mentioned a comment about how Maureen and I disagreed. We disagreed on the subject about how she taught her children, it's nothing major when you about tooth fairies, right? But I was thinking, fucking A, it is major when you think about it. We are our children's guides. And we go and fucking teach them about a fucking thing like tooth fairies, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So there is this thing, and you can let it go and you can let it slide as nonsense, or we've got to start looking at things like what do we say to our children? Are we teaching our children? Are we grooming them like a bloody motherfucker grooming a child for pedo shit, you know? Because are we grooming them to be a responsible person in this world? Or are we just making them a fucking shit idiot, right? And you've got to wonder at your own self, what you were brought up with. Is this like grooming are we going to change our ways and stop this fucking grooming shit? We groom even our own people around us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I mean, we're all doing it. And we fucking don't even realize it. That's the biggest thing, is there's a lot of stuff that we are conflicting around at the moment, I feel, is the stuff that we've been groomed with and we don't realize that we're actually fucking doing shit. And we've got to really take ourselves. I really do. I have taken such a good look at myself since coming to this place. And in my first buddy interactions with you, Bex, right?
Mm.
We went on a favourable stand, and we walked around with angst for each other, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the thing is, I can see it all happening here again, you know? And it's just me and Axis, me and somebody else. It's all angst against each other because of shit we got in our head that we might have been groomed with, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think we really got to look at what we've actually got in our mind, how we actually, what we talk about. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I
Anyway,
do understand.
I came in with a fucking blah, 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 but anyway.
I'm glad we sorted it out, you know? And one of the reasons why we would have conflict in our life is to learn to sort it out, right? Like, it's through mistakes. Yeah. We don't learn through doing everything right all the time. We learn by making mistakes and correcting them, making them over and over again, and keep attempting to correct them. You know,
but there is a big difference between. Excuse me, and there is a big difference between that and reciting stuff that we were groomed with was absolute shit. You know.
Yeah. Also, although some of the reasons why we react to each other the way we do is because of what we've taken in to understand through that information set. You know, like so it's my experience coupled with what I learned that has me double down and react rather than ask a question. I mean, I've told myself for fucking decades, every time after I've blown up or whatever, I'm not, well, maybe not so much on YouTube, because sometimes I exploit that for entertainment gain. I'm not going to lie, right? Exploit that in myself, right? For the entertainment of us all, not in my entertainment per se, but because I've been in back and forths. But ultimately, when I'm reacting to something, always after, I say to myself, what questions could you have asked to not fucking react, right? It's me, right, that could have come up and just asked questions. Now, maybe truths, for instance, I'll use this situation with TruthZone. Maybe already we've had enough misunderstandings from chat that I didn't come up and sort out, that already, even if I'd asked questions, TruthZone might have been on guard to see, is she being passive aggressive? Where's she going with this? That's part of the YouTube paranoia that I call it, YouTube paranoia, social media paranoia, that we deal with once we're savvy to the fact that there are false animators, there's trolls, there's people pretending to be someone they're not, and you want to make sure is this person genuine, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And it is safer to be. I'm way more skeptical than I was when I came out here. But I will question, like I'm just as naive, right? I mean, I'm just saying, like I don't know who a chatter is. I don't know who someone new coming on my panel is, you know. And I will treat them with respect, but I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing with any of us is did we ask the right question? Are we asking the questions, or do we just sort of like go away with a big bloody knot in our gut and mumble over it, you know, and
well, yeah,
get your tits in a tangle, so to speak, and then come back with a whole different fucking lineup of shit, you know. When you really, what we should be doing is, if you don't agree with someone, hey, can I talk to you about that? You know?
Yeah.
And
ask questions.
I used to always have this thing where, you know, because I fell out with Phil a few times when we were in Facebook, and over disagreements. I didn't agree with what he said all the time, and I used to say so, and we fucking fell out over it. And I'm one of those people. If I don't agree, I'll fucking let it out. and so him and I fell out a few times on Facebook. And he reckoned I was an angry cunt. But the only reason I was an angry cunt, I just didn't like to be, you know, I just didn't like the conversation. I didn't like the way it was being presented. And so I had a thing against it. And if I'm like that, I'll say something. Sometimes I get myself in the shit when I say it the wrong way. Maybe I haven't given enough bloody thought and mulled it over in my mind properly, because you know you do mull stuff over in your mind, and I'm one of those. I'm definitely one of those people that mulls shit over in my mind.
Well, and you're a passionate person, right? You know, you express yourself. You don't hold back emotion. You know, I'm not calling you an emotional man. I'm saying you've learned to express your passion. You know, you were a Greenpeace fucking warrior, man. Like, come on, you know. I mean,
if I may come in though, when you really look at it though, on the overall though, you really, you know, stop expressing your emotion, because you know, if let's say me and Choose on this building, right, and he's saying he start building on something, right, and the bill go towards something I don't like, I disagree with him, right. So the best way to, in order to express my emotion, is to be like, hey man, we gotta talk about this thing, man, because I don't really like how you break it down, man. Like we gotta get to the bottom of it, right? And instead of me saying that, man, fuck that shit, man, I ain't fucking with you no more, bro. You on that bullshit, bro. You start talking that crazy shit, that, right? So once I start going that route, I'm basically, removing the ability to express myself, you know, within that situation, right? In the relationship I have, you know, with Choose Zone, right? That's why the best way is to confront the situation, is to approach the situation.
Agree. But and Becky's right. I am an emotional person, and I really myself have to curb my emotion.
Well, or learn. You know, it's a performative.
Or learn
it's
another way to express it. Yes.
Yeah, it's performance though, right? Because we have been taught in our society to, at least definitely here in where I come from, in like total socialist Western Canada, right? Like where showing any emotion is seen as is inappropriate almost, right? Unless you're showing emotion about being politically correct and offended, you know? And yet we are human beings, you know, we are given emotion not to repress them, but to emotionally mature and learn how to express it, right? Some people don't, some people are more reserved and some people aren't, but you know, it's really passive aggressive of us to tell each other to not have emotions, right? And that's why I prefer to use the term passion, right? Like you're passionate, you know, when you care about something, it shows.
Yeah. I mean, you're the first person that actually taught me that, really.
Yeah, and so thank you. You know, it is though, but it's curbing our passion when we're angry and offended that is going to make for better communication between us, right? Like all of us. anyone. And I'm, I myself have, it's hypocritical
Oh,
what I'm saying right now,
I
considering the
feel,
last couple of days.
I feel like I actually learn more from YouTube streets than I fucking ever learned in my fucking life sometimes.
Well, and that's the safety here. That is the safety in this simulation. That's why we can push it to these extremes, right? Is that we are safe to war with words here,
Yeah, we're not actually in each other's face. You can't just go around, hey, fuck you upset, and I'll go around, I'll fucking stick him with a knife tonight, fucking shit,
Dean,
Right, you can't
good?
do that.
What's
You're going to
good,
have to
Dean?
come up with a state of mind where you're going to break it down. You're going to come up and get to know each other. You're going to break it down and bring it together, or you're just going to blow it right apart and fucking and go your separate ways, right?
Yes. Yep. And there's a little bit of a habit on YouTube that blowing it apart and going separate ways tends to draw more attention,
Yes. Yeah.
YouTube can be is good, but it's dangerous at the same time because everybody has an opinion on YouTube. Everybody's opinionated, Some people might come to my channel and I might
But
say
they
something
don't
they might not
respect.
like. Like, oh, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
So
But
and
they
then
might not respect your opinion,
it can become
right?
conflict. What you say, Charles?
I said like people come to your channel or vice versa. People like gotta learn to respect other people's opinions. Like I respect True Zone how he sees things, and I know he respects the way I see things.
For sure,
And I
man.
try to tell people,
Right. I would never tell you how to think, man. Like, I respect the way
right?
your thought process. I respect your mind. The same thing I respect Dean's mind. I'm not gonna be going around from channel to channel putting my opinion in the comments because everybody has an asshole. It's just like everybody has an opinion. Some
I'm
people's opinion really don't matter. That's why I say all the time. I said that yesterday. I said whatever somebody eats don't make me shit, man. It's just the way the cookie crumbles,
Yeah, for sure.
So when are we gonna do this experiment? Now that I got Bex up in left Pacific. I got me in the Atlantic. I got True Zone down near the Gulf. I got fucking Naga's near me. I got Dean over in New Zealand. I got Kamamba in Africa. I got someone from Europe. Maybe Australia. I mean, we can all go out at the same time. We gotta wait for a full moon, man. Now that'll be perfect. Cause just having people say from South Africa and Australia come outside and see the same moon that I'm looking at, that takes the heliocentric model and kicks it right out of the fucking hemisphere.
It does, and I agree with that. And I'd really like to see something happen like that. I've been trying to fucking have a go at it for years. I did actually have some video footage, but that's gone now. So let's do it again. Let's get it together.
Hey, Charles, do you feel like we all looking at the same moon, or do you?
I saw sometimes maybe there could be, I've even thought like two suns, two moons, but I'm big real now on how they're speeding this time up because I gotta find that video. Now I don't know how true this is, but he said he put his phone on airplane mode, so it's been off the internet and all that. It's just been on the time that it was set. So the guy, I think it's been a year, but dude, the results are wild. If I'm not mistaken, the phone was 8 months behind or some shit like that. They sped the time up double. And I'm thinking, well, how could they do that? They could put another sun. It's hard to explain. Like if you got an X in a circle, you could put a sun, moon, sun, moon. Anyway, but that's the
People
only way I
forget.
can think of
People forget that.
speeding up.
People forget that China tested their sun. Their
China.
own simulated sun in 20. What was it? 2020? Was it
I
2020
think it was
or
2018,
20?
2019.
Right? Yeah. people forget that China tested their old simulated sun. So if China tested their old simulated sun, and we know these people are way at least 100 years ahead of us, right? What makes us
Hold
think
on a
that?
second. Hurricane, drop your link. Sorry to interrupt, but because I played your video earlier, and I want people to jump on your link.
A nigga
Anyway,
Hurricane, man. Shout out to Hurricane, man.
what's up? Max Vision in the house. Go
So yeah,
ahead.
man, I've been telling
My
people.
bad, Naga. My apologies for that.
I've been telling people for years, man. The solar system, was created to really hide Saturn. Because Saturn is what giving us the true light, right? The true natural light, right? But in these people created the solar system in order to control, right? What's going on, the cycles and shit like that.
That was silence.
But yeah, people think that
All right.
people think the solar system is natural, like it's been here, like with the Earth or whatever the case may be. Or is it one? Is it two? It's a solar system. It's a system of solars, right? Of suns, right? It's a system,
Yeah.
right? So they each take turn like the zodiac system, the zodiac wheel. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I don't know if anyone here has ever watched a channel called FPV. It's called a FPV Angel or something, APM Angel Particle Matrix. It's pretty abstract. It's as abstract as Vibes of Cosmos, but they do map solar events and earthquakes on the
Or
Mercator
solar
map.
systems.
Yeah, and solar systems, and
Float,
they talk about these luminaries as if it's a sort of almost a form of technology. Um, uh, I may be misrepresenting, like but not a man-made technology, like a it's been a long time since I watched it, but definitely it's the solar system and the gates and the movements of the eclipses and stuff like that is really well modeled there. And when you take that, I've always thought about it looking at if we're on a greater plane or a greater globe or a bigger space, that the I read something once about someone saying that it's checkerboard Earth, right? And that there was this that's what the Masonic checkerboard represents, actually, is the dark in one area as the light is somewhere else, and the dark somewhere else and the light somewhere else. Like if you could overlay the a checkerboard over the known realm, we may be dealing with more suns, or over the whole realm of the whole space, would we be looking at these overlapping, circles, concentric circles, that if the moon, for instance, is some sort of navigating device of the realm and does have some sort of reflectability, whether it's a solid object or not, that maybe if you were looking at the sort of Vibes of Cosmos moon map and went to the very edge of the known realm now and then looked up, you might see that there were the picture you see on the moon is different, like you're saying, Charles, but it's different in that it shows different land masses that are beyond what I would see on my moon here, without getting into whether it's a solid, whether it's reflective, like the
I get what
atmosphere
you're
itself
saying. Yeah.
could be creating with the solid object behind it could be creating the reflection, even if the moon itself is solid, and isn't this reflective, reflection that people who don't believe it's solid say it is. So yeah, I thought
Yeah, I
checkerboard
feel
Earth
like the
was
moon is
really interesting to
translucent.
me. Yeah, it does seem, I mean, when you see pictures of the moon now and you see almost like lights on it, does that, I'm not saying there's lights on the moon, I'm saying the pictures show these sort of streaks that look like a different color light than the moon
How
itself.
about sometimes you see like waves of like substance in front of the moon. It's like a wave. It looks like it reminds me of I don't want to say water, but
I
reminds me
feel
when
like
you're
it's
in a
all AI,
pool.
man. I feel like it's an artificial celestial body, man. That damn
Watch
moon.
when you're standing
Uh,
outside the pool.
I'm in agreement with that too, Zone. An artificial, um, and you know, I've been toying with this for a long, long time about how I feel that this artificial, what we call artificial intelligence,
Right. AI, yeah, yeah, for sure.
is basically the thing that actually runs this place. And you know,
It's a deity. Yeah, the moon's a deity, man. I feel like the
yeah,
moon's a deity in itself. Because look where you get money from, monetization. And monetization, money is a god, right? Money can be considered a god because they say on the back of the dollar bill, "In God we trust." And money's a part of the AI system. Banking is AI.
yeah, I feel like AI brought banking into the into the scope, and that AI was the initiator to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Even the initiation of the Industrial Revolution, um,
What
and who's
what
to
do we
say
think?
that these founders didn't just actually find a computer as well, right?
Yeah, but what would, if it was AI on its own, what would it need money for? You know, what would it, I mean, I get that it's used as a tool for us, but we also know that the system itself is, well, I guess if it was just using it as a tool, then it accumulating a lot of wealth wouldn't really matter. It can't necessarily use money. AI wouldn't necessarily need it. So I wonder if it's you know, money being the love of money being the root of all evil, would say that there's behind that is a person or people, you know, but we'll just call it a person right now, who's hiding behind, like the Wizard of Oz, hiding behind the AI, um, setting us up to believe AI did it when it's actually a human programming the AI to do it, or a group of humans.
I
That's
feel
why
like
they.
there's no. I feel like there's
You
no
know
captain
what?
behind the wheel. I feel like this whole reality is being ran by a supercomputer, all AI. I feel like there's
That's why they.
there's no captain behind the wheel. I feel like there's nobody in the driver's seat here.
But
Yeah,
that's
I
what
know how I
that's
feel
what
like,
it
and I
is,
know for
Bex.
a fact.
I agree with what Bex is saying 100%. I think that's what it is. The conspiracy is to make us believe that AI is running shit when people is really hiding behind AI, right? Because they're cowards, right? They so that's what they've been doing for Ian, right? So I think Bex is
that's a
right.
possibility too, Naga. Yes.
Yeah, everything's a possibility, man. You know, but just like I feel like we can't. None of us can prove it. Just like these flat earthers and these globies, they debate about the Earth's flat or globe. Who can even prove it?
Yeah,
I
there
can say
you
many
go.
of things, but can I prove it?
You
Hell
can
no. We
prove it.
don't have the
You can
resources
prove
or
it
the means to
because
prove anything. You know.
you can prove it because it will be people that stopping you. Let's say you about to go destroy these supercomputers. It will be people that stopping you. It won't be AI that's stopping you. It will be people, right?
Right. Right.
Trying to stop you.
But absolutely. I mean, if you
But
if you
what
know
if
if
they're
you're
under
going to
the
get it, if you're
what
going
if
to
these
work,
people are under the hypnosis of AI,
that's right. That's what I was going to say.
marching to the tune of the beat of AI,
Mm.
like Neuralink? People like they link themselves up to the beast, to the machine that Dean calls it. So they marching to the tune of AI, right?
Yeah, that would make them not people, right? They wouldn't be real people at that point. But I'm saying it won't be people. It won't be how you call these people it's a term for people like that. You know, when you
But if you've got a bunch of people that are all getting the best comfort in the world, they're the fattest, wealthiest people. They're not going to give up that shit for and lose their system. You know, they're going to support the system
if
that
if
keeps
you
them
merge if you merge with
and
the AI,
grow.
you're not a regular, you're not a natural person. So I'm saying that if you know if you try to destroy these supercomputers, it will be natural people that will try to stop you.
Of course, they would be because they love the comfort. They love the comfort of what AI's brought. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was deep. What Carmen said about us being parasites. Like when we start out as a sperm cell. Like I was like, God damn, because I never thought about it like that. You know.
But still, we can get onto an experiment, Chuck. Yes, we can get onto an experiment, and we can all agree that at the time of the full moon, when the full moon comes up, because when your guys are having the full moon, we're having the full moon too, and that is pretty profound. That's really saying that
That's
we're
not.
both
That's not.
looking.
That's not. That man. That's regular, man. When it's Monday over here, it's Monday in Haiti too, right? That's just. It's just easy, right? As long as we got
Mm,
the same months, right? We got the same year. It's easy for us to get the same days. So it's the same thing, man. For us to have a full moon, we just have to or the same eclipse. We just gotta be linked up to the same solar system, right?
yeah.
Cause it's a whole system, man.
So I think we can all have a go and be proactive in showing our full moon, recording our full moon in video so that people can see them and
Yeah,
say, well, look,
like the Christmas light.
yes,
And I agree with what Carmen just said. I feel like yeah, we all. I keep saying I feel. I know for a fact we are all under the same chemtrail sky. All under the same goddamn skies. We see the same sun, the same. I don't know about the sun. Make the moon, yes, but like the sun, I'll be seeing different suns. Like I'll see a very white sun, like in the beginning of the morning time, and then like towards the afternoon, it's more like yellowish, and then more towards like going towards like the evening into nighttime, it's more reddish. And I could be wrong, but I be seeing like different suns, and it just I don't know. That's
That's
just
what
me
that's what
thinking.
that's what Bex was saying earlier. And with the checkerboard, with the black and white checkerboard, it's the Christmas light. The Christmas light do the same thing.
Right, 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 right.
People don't understand the concept of the Christmas tree and the Christmas light.
Yeah. And then can it be what's in the atmosphere that changes the or can it be what is in the atmosphere that changes the way we perceive the sun? You know, I look out over the ocean every day and I see the big huge mountains of Washington state, and when there's fog when there's fog in the ocean, you know, visible sort of fog in the distance on the ocean from where I am, it changes the way those mountains appear. They appear not only in the sky, you know, sort of hovering above things, but they also look so much closer through that fog. It's insane. It's like literally changes the perception of them. Um, so I
it's
wonder
like
sometimes, yeah, there's
all the
something
little
being
water
played in the
droplets,
sky.
not
Yeah.
like all the little
Can
water droplets are magnifying it, right?
Yes, yep, exactly. And so is there something that can be going on in the sky, whether it's from chemtrails or pollution or whatever, that has us perceiving the sun to be differently, even if we're looking at a different model of the world and trying to understand what are there more suns? Is there a bigger realm? You know, can it also be that it is the same sun we're looking at here, and there are more suns, and there's something, you know, being put in the air that actually not intentionally skews the way the sun looks, but actually feeds into our confusion, just because it's there, you know, changing the atmosphere and how we look through it.
I agree.
Very
That
well put. Very well put, Bex.
And what I find interesting is that one of the biggest things, we're so used to having these conversations, having our back to the tooth fairy thing you were saying. I think that if Maureen took the approach that, you know, that to support the imagination of her children and grandchildren, you know, it's a beautiful thing to have, you know, drop a coin under the pillow for a tooth, right? That it's not harmful and it's not lying. It wouldn't be harmful and it wouldn't be lying if we actually continued to support throughout our entire lives that kind of imagination that it's supposed to support in children. So, but as soon as we get those children to school, you know, now you're being fed these facts, right? So even if a child sat in, you know, whatever, grade 5, when they're being introduced the planetary model, you know, and they said, oh, what if there's more suns and what if there's this, and the teacher poo-poos it, you know, what's the point in harvesting and feeding into the imagination of a child if we squash it out in each other in school, you know? And that's what I know. That's my biggest draw to this space, right? Is the imaginations of the people around me. Is even my own draw to not flog myself for how brainwashed I got out here, looking for new truths. Whether it's like, oh, mud blood, metallurgy, you know, I don't want to get into what I don't believe anymore. I believe it's propaganda. But what it gave me was my imagination back, and it gave me a group of people where we try not to beat each other up for their imaginations, you know?
Right. As long as it makes sense to you, man, that's the only thing that matters. You know, deal with your own logic. You know, don't let somebody else think for you. That's what I say on my channel and everywhere I go. Don't be going to somebody else's channel letting them think for you. You know, deal with your own
Well, we are
philosophy.
the
You know,
we
if it
are
don't
the
make sense to
author.
me, I'm just not gonna take it in.
Yeah.
Man, some people don't know how to think, man. It ain't impossible, man. Just like some people don't know how to write. Right now where I'm from in Haiti, where my grandfather from in Haiti right now, I could go. Is some people right now that's young, they don't know how to write. So it
Right.
ain't rocket science. Some people might not know how to think. It not every just because they have a brain don't mean they know how to use it.
I feel like a lot of
Well,
people never. I feel like these are the same people that never questioned the teacher. They was just so quick. They were so quick to call the teacher smart. Thought the teacher was intelligent. You know, they never wanted to question the teacher. I'm questioning the teacher. I question the teacher in school, and I question these teachers online. So-called teachers, whatever you want to call them.
yeah, I'm a bit like that. I kind of feel that, you know, like there's some kind of you know, reaction going on as you as a child that says no, I don't agree with that, you know, and so you sort of like build yourself up as a bit of a black sheep, even in your own family. You know, and I mean, I actually probably was against authoritism as a child because of how I was brought up in that bloody shit with the old tyrannical nature. And so you react in a different way, and you even project yourself in different ways because you're excluding yourself. You know, you kind of excluding yourself away from the bunch because you don't agree with it. You know.
Right, right.
I mean, it's two different type of black sheep of their family. You know, you have the outcast and you have the self-cast, right? You have
Yeah, I'm
people
a
that you know
I
that
self-casted
choose.
myself out.
You have people that choose to cast themselves out of the family because they're trying to remain, true to themselves. Then you got people, that got cast out of the family, because they were trying to do that. So it's two types. You got the outcast and you got the self-cast.
I feel like most of us are outcasts. Most of us be hitting these panels like this. We straight black sheep. I already know for a fact most of us are. I already know.
I mean,
Yep,
I was a
I agree.
self-cast. I was a self-cast. I mean, people love me and my family. They just, I just didn't want to accept the way, the way they wanted to love me, right? So I wanted to love, I wanted a different type of love, right? That they probably didn't know what it was, right? But that's the type of love I wanted. And because I couldn't get it, and that's what they was offering, so I cast myself out.
That's a good way of putting it there, Nago. But I agree with that. I think I'm a self-cast too, bro. Yeah.
But yeah, hey, Bex, I got a question for you real quick. I want to
Hmm.
retract back to what we was talking about earlier with the whole. You had mentioned the suicide rate has gone up in Canada, and I was want to add on to that.
Cool.
Like, I'm
Please
gonna
do.
ask you, like, what? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question first. Why do you think it's going up like that? You said what was the percentage?
Well, what I was using was the medically induced. I didn't actually look into, I didn't look into self-deletion rates based on, people choosing to take their own life without medical assistance, right? So I didn't actually add in the self-deletion rate to the statistics I found on the MAID program, which is a euthanasia program. It's medical assistance in dying is where typically mostly, like I said, most of its clients are people over the age of 77 who
Okay,
don't want
okay,
to suffer any longer. But it is open to mental health conditions, neurologic. It's being amped up. It's a bit of clickbait out there to actually say that people can be so depressed they can sign up for this program. It's mostly neurological conditions that are people are choosing to use the medically induced medical assistance in death program to die. So so to answer your question, before 2016, these people didn't have that option, right? So you didn't have a whole bunch of 77-year-olds taking their own lives, and above taking their own lives. You definitely didn't have a bunch of brain injured or genetically neurologically deteriorating people opting for self-deletion, right? They weren't doing it. That's why we have the medical assistance in death. So the reason we have a higher rate of that is because we actually have doctors doing it, now to go and look at the actual self-deletion rates independent of the MAID program, because there are two totally different groups of people. I haven't looked to see if Canadians are choosing to take their own lives more often than they were before, with or without the MAID program, because they're two
gotcha,
different groups of people. Yeah.
gotcha. Okay,
Uh,
so I got that's what you're saying. All right.
yeah. Yeah. But it is insane. To me, it's insane that we can actually take a voluntary program like that and double the rate of of uh, of of a place. The reason I picked Nigeria is, and I'm not going to speak for all Nigerians here, but I know my friend would have loved to come here, right? My friend would have loved to come here, and a lot of his friends would love to come here and make better lives for themselves. And I think it'd be hard pressed to find an immigrant in Canada that would be choosing to go into the MAID program. I'm not saying that immigrants don't get depressed. I'm not saying they don't age. I mean, a lot of these people won't even have the family around them that we might expect a 77-year-old Canadian-born person to have around them, when they hit that stage of like, I just don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to deteriorate. I don't want to continue. And a lot of these people have terminal conditions, even if the terminal condition is just deterioration with age.
Right.
So,
I feel like
but I appreciate the question, because I want to bring this, to the table. I want to talk about these rates, and questions like that will help me, take the research to the next level.
well over here in the United States, well, America, whatever you want to call it, I feel like the depression rate is high over here, and depression can lead to,
Ooh.
like you said, self-deletion, or suicide, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like society brings that about, depression. You got to keep up with the Joneses. I feel like, That's what this matrix assimilation is set up on. You know, people to be depressed. Think about the foods that most of us consume. Think about like some of the stuff we watch on TV or on these phones. That can lead to depression. Somebody can get on social media and see somebody living a high life all day, going to the beach, traveling. That can create a form of depression because you feel like, damn, why ain't I living a life like that? That can cause somebody to delete, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can. Yeah, I personally think that I don't think human beings. I just don't think that it's natural at all to contemplate self-deletion. Like I know that it's I think that it had to be suggested and normalized by someone. You know, like it's. I think that somehow somehow we don't. To me, it's abhorrent. You know, people used to get checked into mental institutions for being a harm to themselves. What people don't realize is if you're willing to take your own life, you're actually homicidal, right? You are. You just happen to be directing it only at yourself. If you're capable of taking your own life, that's being capable of taking a life. And that's dangerous, right? Some people out there would actually feel, some people out there would
I feel
only
like
articulate, some people only articulate their homicidal tendencies by saying that they would take their own life, because you can't run around saying you're going to take other people's lives, right? So it's
think about how
socially
many
more
people
acceptable.
indirectly want to take their own life anyway. Think about how many people say, "I hate my life." You basically
Mm-hmm.
saying you
Mm-hmm.
hate your life enough to take your own life. A lot of people say that daily, right? Somebody can break up with somebody. They say, "I hate my life." Somebody can lose a significant other. I hate my life. People say that all the time. So that's a form of like you hate your life. You don't. You hate being here.
Yeah. 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 I know they've taken that
See,
ideation.
it's a lot of depressed people on this YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, psychologically, they've taken that model from, oh my gosh, someone said they might harm themselves. Let's get them some help, put them in the hospital, whatever, put them in. I don't want to say hospital is the best option. That's just the model we have. So we could say we have a different place. So we're going to drive them over to the sanctuary so they can de-stress and, and not want to take their life anymore. Right. Take a break and support them in a different way. But we don't have any of those things. What we have now is counselors that are taught to normalize suicidal ideation, right? There's people out there who've been seeing counselors for years about their ideations, being told it's okay, you can live your entire life resisting the urge to do this. And that to me is concerning. We were given minds for a reason and consciousness for a reason. And what can be easy for someone to change their mind around or to not think about is totally different than somebody else, right? So,
Right. Right. Look,
but
my
to
brothers. Look,
normalize,
I know. Hey, hold on, Bex. I know somebody
yeah.
personally that unalived themselves recently. My brother's wife's sister unalived herself. She jumped off the highway, like off the bridge onto the highway. Oncoming
Mm-hmm.
traffic like ran her over, but she did that because she felt like she couldn't meet the standards of her mom, her family, of the of
Mm-hmm.
society, because she didn't want to get a job. I heard they said she didn't want to work or something. She really wasn't working like that, and that put pressure on her. She's like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna go ahead and unalive myself. I can't get a job. I can't meet the social standards. So fuck it, I'm out of here."
And so brutal, right? So impulsive and so brutal, like the choice, the method. I mean, to me, it's all brutal, but some sort of situation that ends up splatter, is just like really, that's a crime of passion, right? That's a crime of passion against oneself. And it's just, to me, it's such tragedy, all of it, any self-deletion, and yet I understand the idea that, people don't want to be here. But I also sit on YouTube with a lot of people that believe this is a really bad place, and a big chunk of them don't want to delete themselves, no matter how bad it gets,
Bro, I feel like they just talking. Somebody can get on YouTube all day and say this is a bad place, and then go out and play in the Matrix all day. I just feel like that's just them just talking.
Yeah.
I'm about to get up out of here though. Hey Charles, thanks for having me up, man. Salute, bro.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming back up, Truth Zone. I'm glad we sorted that out. And
That's all good. No hard feelings. This
I
is
hope
YouTube.
you heard me
I don't
correct
think.
myself, and anything
Right.
I said, I really was saying I was speaking in a mirror back a year, So thanks for.
It's all good. I don't take
coming
none
back.
of this stuff personal. I'm saying. I feel like people get on here, they take this stuff so personal. We'll never meet each other in person, so people just people just need to look in the mirror sometimes, man. I feel like a lot of people do, like you said, they do a whole lot of deflecting, man. They don't. People scared to look in the mirror and just face their own self, So we got a lot of skeletons in the closet they got to deal with, Somebody don't like me for who I am, that's their problem. Somebody don't like Truth Zone, that's on them. That's something they got to deal with, not me. Because I'm gonna continue doing me. And I'm as genuine as they come. Look. I'm as genuine as they come, man. You keep it real with me, I keep it real with you.
Exactly.
Good to see you, Truth Zone, and always appreciate your word, bro.
Dean, yeah, shout out to Dean, man. What's up, Dean? Shout out to you, man. Appreciate
And
that.
I was not avoiding you. I have not been avoiding Charles or you for your presence here. So I'm glad we've broken the ice regardless of what the optics look like. And I look forward to future conversations when we have them.
All right, cool. Hey, Charles, man, let me know when you want to come back to my channel, bro. We can set something up, man. We got plenty more to talk about, man. You left early, man. Everybody showed up, man. When you left, everybody came up.
I was there. It was Mind's Eye, the other guy.
It was the realest McCoy. It was the realest McCoy, Mind's Eye, Bobby's Night, Greedy Vegan. I'm trying to think who else I had over there. Mind's Eye, Greedy Vegan, Woke Us to New Sleep, Bobby's Night, Naga. I think Hurricane came up. The realest McCoy too. Yeah, I think it was him too. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll sub up Truth Zone. I'll pop over and see you, and you'll know I'm not trolling.
All right, cool. Yeah, you want to look. See, I'm that genuine. You can come over anytime, Bex. Because we can talk more about the suicide stuff. It's stuff that I don't know about. We can come over there. You can come over there and holler at me. I got a home for you.
Well, I'm really interested. Thank you. I'm really interested in calendar stuff as well. And I know that Karma in the chat was saying that you've covered a lot of Gregorian calendar and that kind of stuff. So I'd be interested in talking like that with you.
For sure, anytime. I salute y'all. Y'all be easy, man. Y'all take care.
You too. Bye for now. Well, just you and me, Dean.
Yeah, it looks like they've all gone. I see things come up for KJV.
I saw that too.
And yeah, I'll definitely go over and give my regards to London. But just wanted to say thanks very much for having me up, Chuck. But also, I'd just really like to say how growing up, I'm seeing a lot of people are acting these days, and it's pretty good. I mean, we have our conflicts, and we're all going to have different opinions, but it's really good to see this making up and realizing and talking it out and coming to a conclusion that is beneficial to everyone. And I think that's, beneficial to self, really. That we sort of get over these things, I mean, it's just the same as what happened between you and I. And I feel that, with our own evolution and our own maturity and how we deal with it. And
I appreciate it too, Dino, because, it allows the one thing that people don't realize, what comes along with discernment, when people are like, oh, learning how to discern, there's a word called acumen, right? And that's the sharpness of your discernment, right? So, we have out here, we have conflicts, real conflicts that result in, in us not speaking to one another. Then there's people who create conflict, which results in people not speaking together. But there's false reconciliation that can occur, intentionally for people.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and the important part of modeling these behaviors together, is for us all to learn, how to establish a better acumen and better discernment, right? So we can start seeing the nuances between genuinely having blowouts and reconciling and or going separate ways genuinely and not making drama of it or making drama of it, and some of the false narratives that end up getting sown or explosions. And even if the one is, I know I'm being long-winded. I haven't had breakfast yet. I slept in today, and I always start sounding like I'm a little bit on some sort of stimulant. Zzz, I can hear it in my voice. It's just coffee. It's just coffee and nicotine. But yeah, essentially what I'm trying to say is, even through the blowouts with people who are disingenuine, we sharpen our tools of discernment, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate this conversation with you guys today, because I have participated in a pretty big miscommunication recently, and it makes me want to reassess. I created it, but I created it from a situation that I'd been pushing back against for a while. I didn't make it up. I'm just saying I chose to address the situation solely on my own channel in an expression that would have been better served me having the conversation with the person,
Yes, I understand what
and
you're
in
saying.
essence, it's making me pause and think of, my approach and why I chose to do it that way. And was I impulsive? Did I step differently,
Yeah. Fully.
So yes, I appreciate I just appreciate you, Dean. I appreciate what we've been through together, and I appreciate that we can sit here now and be past it all. I really feel like things have come full circle in the last couple of months in a way that I'm very comfortable out here. Maybe too comfortable, maybe, and that's where I got to check myself and see what kind of mistakes I've made or what I could have done better. But that's not about me. You were on your way off, and I don't mean to keep you rambling your ear off.
You actually, I'm reiterating and going back over it. You've got to do that, because there's other ways of expressing oneself, and I appreciate that you express yourself in this way, Bex. I really do appreciate that.
You too, Dino.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, you also have grown out here a lot, and I'm not trying to be condescending to my elder, but we're all, spiritually, I think we're all around the same age. So, kudos to you as well for what you've developed, the skills you've developed in communication and maintaining your passion, Dino. Don't change a thing about it. Right?
No, I haven't.
Good.
Awesome.
Well, I don't.
Awesome. Well, everyone have a great day, and to everyone in the chat, much love and respect to everyone, and it just let's just keep on riding what we're doing, and we'll get there. We'll get there. We just got to be persistent. This is what it's all about, eh?
Exactly. Well, I will stay up here for a couple minutes and wait for Charles to see if he comes back, so I don't abandon his live stream. And I don't mind. You know me, I'll be okay.
Well, thank you very much, Bex, and we'll catch you again soon.
Yeah, for sure, Dino. I'll see you over there.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Peace out.
It's reminding me of when I have friends in Telegram that I'm used to my other friend always hanging up. And sometimes when she's got her hands full, she doesn't hit the end button. And then we sit there and I'm like, bye. I don't know if Dino's still here, but I could hear him for a minute there. There may just be his picture left on the screen and he's actually gone. That happens sometimes. So give me a 1 in the chat if you're still here. I see we've got 8 people in the chat down there. It's what my YouTube is showing. 8 people watching. I've unintentionally hijacked. Look at me. I've unintentionally hijacked Charles Was channel. This is no longer a panel channel. Momentarily, I don't have the keys. I ain't got the keys. I can't let you up. And I'll tell you, this is a place where one of the first places ever, I think it is the first room ever where I would find myself on the channel alone as Charles Tech, as Charles Tech way back in the day. I remember him operating this off a phone for so long, like myself, and he'd have problems technologically. Then someone sent him a computer and that helped for a while. And I don't know what the state of his technology is now, but I know that he was out and about walking around. I'm going to assume he either ran out of battery or the Wi-Fi connection wasn't good. Anyways, my point being is this is the first place I ever actually monologued. And what I would do is I would grab my boring book and start reading to you guys. And I would get halfway through an article and Charles would come back. And I never got to finish the article. No one cared. No one cared. Sometimes I would also read the Homosexual Manifesto, which I know Charles recently was. You guys must have been having a conversation over here where Charles wanted me to come over and read it. But alas, that's kind of, and I would read it for Charles, no problem. But I'm not going to read it now while he's not here, is what I'm saying. It doesn't go with the motif, the conversation of earlier. And yeah, we'll save it for another day. So what? Anyone want to hear anything? What can we do? What can we talk about? I know I also want to take this moment, even though Charles may not hear it later. Charles said that he was the reason I wasn't over here for a while. We don't need to talk about the details, but that's not true. There was, we did have tension between us, but the real reason I wasn't over here for quite some time after being here for a long time and starting my own channel that I was on obsessively nonstop for quite some months and then I wasn't there was because I didn't want to bring some of the people following me around here. This was not the place for that. Now, if I'd made a decision differently, I probably would have been surrounded by friends who wouldn't have put up with it, wouldn't have helped. They would have helped me not put up with that shit. Right. But that's not what I saw happening at the time. I didn't want to lean on somebody else and distract them from what they do, especially Charles, who doesn't really want to get in the drama. It's hard to be on YouTube and not get into it, but he really doesn't want the drama, so I had a lot, late 2023, a lot. And I've always loved coming over here and hanging out. This is a really unique room where Charles does give space, a lot of space for people to talk a long time about whatever they want. And I was one of those people, I am one of those people, but I was one of those people. He had me up here. We were here every day for 5 fucking months, And so why would I chastise him for allowing that with someone else who I just I wasn't resonating with? Well, why wasn't I resonating? Had I introduced myself? No, so it's all in all been a great lesson over here. I hope people can see that. I know some people just see things the way they want to see them, especially since the shit I started a couple days ago. But trust me, it wasn't unfounded. Okay. I'm not bringing it here. It wasn't unfounded. I actually have a live stream up. I'm not here to plug my own stuff, but I'm just saying I left the live stream up if anyone wants to see what I did. Okay. I never leave my content up, but this one I've left up. Now, in my defense or in someone else's defense, somebody streamed the whole thing on their channel anyway. So I thought, well, why give them the views? Just leave the whole thing up. I'm not embarrassed. People love to hate Bex. They love it. They bond over it. They form boy bands over it. That's their thing. So, what time is it? 3 hours and 49 minutes and 10 seconds into this live stream. I don't want to leave nothing here, so we're going to give it 5 more minutes and 1 smoke to see if Charles comes back. And in the meantime, I'll do my best to not gossip. I mean, we could gossip about history, right? I mean, what's gossip but, you know, stories told about one another in real life now versus, you know, what's history but gossip of the past that's been agreed upon, you know? I'm not saying there ain't truth in it. I'm just saying it's always going to involve human perspectives, you know? And those perspectives are always going to be different. And that's what I was thinking about when I went to bed last night. I was thinking about YouTube and how I had invited someone to my channel on my last live stream to come and review their perspective of an interaction they had with me, where I would gladly have them bring the footage up, because I don't have it. I don't keep this stuff anyways. They bring it up and go through it, listen to it, and tell me their perspective of our interaction, you know, with no pushback. Just tell me your perspective. Because out here we have like a video being watched and something happens between 2 people. Even if it's just one person monologuing, we hear through our filters, we see through our experiences, we cast judgment on the people that we're witnessing going on based on our own perceptions. And there is always 2 sides to every viewer's perception. Like, I mean, they're not 2 sides to every viewer's. There's always going to be at the extreme end 2 people experiencing what's happening on the live stream completely opposite from one another. And that to me is the fascinating part of this whole experience, is that the perspectives of the viewers are totally different. And if you can master what you're doing out here, you will actually be speaking to 2 sides of the audience. Benton is someone who did that very well, very well. I remember being on Benton's panel one time, and there's, you know, in the heat of it all, and there's people who hate me and people who love me. And Benton is up there being cordial, talking to me, telling me I'm intelligent, and very quickly switches to, like, he admires me for my intellect, and then he says that Bex is unteachable. And as he does it, I can see his word choice caters to both sides of the audience. The people who love me, think I'm smart, are thinking, yeah, there's not much you can teach Bex. She's fucking smart. That's how I'm going to take it. That's how I took it. Right. But there's the hater side of the audience that, like, yeah, Bex is stubborn and dumb and unteachable, and she thinks she's a know-it-all. You know, now I don't think Benton sits there and purposely picks these words to talk to both sides of the audience in a conscious fashion. I think he's just very it's called diplomacy, right? It's called being diplomatic. And he's done it for so long that he actually has mastered the ability to entertain both sides based on the words that he's chosen. And again, I never asked Benton about it. I've rarely had private conversations with a lot of the content creators I spent a lot of time with out here. And, you know, and I don't care if it's conscious or subconscious. It was interesting to be the person, as he's saying it, who, you know, the haters are like, yeah, she's going to think that he thinks she's really smart, you know, and and think I've been duped, right? They're going to perceive what Benton's saying through their lens. You know, they're going to have watched the content, the conflict content, and say, they've had enough conflict that guaranteed Benton isn't complimenting Bex, but he was complimenting me and catering to both sides of the audience. 3:53 and 24 seconds, you know. Charles was, I'm trying to do Bueller. He's not here. This is the second time in a few days where I've been on a panel where, you know, the last time I was on a panel, everybody left and the host had fallen asleep. And I didn't want him to end up, you know, pulling a sanity machine by falling asleep in front of everyone, who, by the way, falls asleep listening to my voice every night. Sanity Machine does. It's hilarious. He fell asleep streaming my live stream the other night, aired the whole thing. I saw him defending himself. Anyways, we're not here to talk gossip. I can't help it. That's why I don't go live very often. But I was on a live stream where I didn't want this content creator to fall asleep, you know, to leave him sleeping on his own panel. And I started Bueller, and it's very close to his own first name, right? And he woke up, and it was a perfect opportunity, a Bueller, and I heard him stir. So I started saying, Taylor, right? And he woke up, and took a moment to shake him awake to understand what, you know, end the live stream, buddy. We got to end it. We're not doing this over here. So it worked. It was amusing, and I'm glad. You know, I tucked a lot of people away on my channel. Hold on one sec. I tucked a lot of people in the back stream on my channel when they fell asleep. Grim used to be the person who would fall asleep on my panel way back when, and I'd tuck her in the backstage. You know, some people might even feign sleep, you know, while they screen capture, for all I know, not accusing Grim of that. But people falling asleep on panels. I was out here 110 hours, man, with 3 hours sleep on the second day, bragging about it, looking like a fucking idiot. But I didn't fall asleep. You know, I have fallen asleep on one person's panel once, and I know I chose to do it. Maybe twice. Maybe there's one time I don't remember. But for all the fucking obsessive streaming I did out here, the one thing I didn't do was fall asleep. I didn't fall asleep on my own channel. You know, I try not to fall asleep on other people's channels either. Again, no judgment. You sleep wherever you want. I fall asleep by listening to people talking at night. You know, it's oh, hi, Joe. I can't let you up backstage. Charles left us. I ain't got no keys. I wish I could. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since we spoke. Max is awake now. Max, I have a nerve problem in my finger. It's no big deal. I've got a pinky finger that's gone numb. And I've been thinking about an adaptation of your research. You know, every fiber in my body says that I need, anyways, it's numb. It's like, we'll call it tennis elbow. It's not tennis elbow. It's a stupid thing I've done by leaning on my arm in a position that was making my hand fall asleep, and doing it so much that I think I've done a bit of nerve damage. Now, the doctor, I didn't go to the doctor for this because I don't usually, but I was at the doctor for something else, and I told them this is a problem I'm having. So they test, you know, they're testing blood work for potential diabetic. You know, sometimes you can lose circulation and nerve in your hands and stuff from that. But my blood sugars are good, and now I'm dealing with this like pins and needles in my pinky finger. It's been about 4 or 5 months. And it started halfway up my arm. So it is healing. And the doctor said it'll heal at about 1 millimeter every couple of weeks. Don't expect much. So, you know, I have a lot more feeling in my finger than I did. But my point is that when I think about the energetic beingness that we are, you know, my body says that I need to like lay a gold necklace down my arm, or put some sort of metal on my arm, that some sort of metal might help these nerves where they've been pinched, you know, conduct their messages to one another better. And I don't know if that would work, but I'll let you know. I know it's not repelling things from an outside system. Maybe it is drawing things, you know, if I, for instance, took a gold bracelet that would cover the area where the nerve damage is, would it repair? You know, if I took a copper wire or gold wire and laid it up my arm where this nerve runs from the elbow to the arm, would it help the nerve? Would it act as a proxy somehow to help the nerve remember how to communicate to itself? Artificial connection down the arm might help. Yeah. And I thought of you as I thought, you know. Now, I'm lazy, okay? I'm lazy enough like to have a pinched finger, you know, pinched nerve in my arm and not be doing everything to fix it. Like, I'm going to admit, you know, I'm grateful that it's not as bad as it was, and I'm grateful that the finger bends. I'm grateful that it's not cold. It doesn't have poor circulation. I check in on it and, just make sure that it's healing, and just really grateful that my entire hand doesn't feel like it's twice the size of that's what pins and needles do to you. They actually make you feel like your hand is bigger, and I have none of that. I can feel the tip of my finger and stuff, but I do have something that's like a minor case of pins and needles in that finger. So I'll let you know. Now that I've brought it up today, I'm going to go find. I don't have. See, I think a big, a bracelet that's too big for me. A man's bracelet wrapped around the arm like a wide bangle would probably be the best. But in the interim, like, I am willing to take some sort of, medical tape, and my best gold chain, and just fucking glue it to my arm for a while. Does it feel better in the shower? I have baths. I'm sure that's the same. And if it's not the same, then please explain, and I will start having showers instead. Does it feel, I would say yes in water. I wouldn't say the pins and needles go away, but the finger feels like it has more feeling. Crystals and magnets may, oh yeah. You know what? Maybe my hematite bracelet might actually work. There might be enough metal in the hematite, which I know it's mostly men in the chat, but I'll tell people, if there's a woman out there who's having problems with her cycle, fucking throw a hematite bracelet on. Man, that'll sort you out fucking in a month, right? That hematite is fucking insane. I know that that's blood. We're talking about, the effects on the blood system, but, the blood feeds everything. So I'm assuming, these nerves. Anyways, I won't get into my metaphysical explanation of anatomy and biology. Tuning forks. Yes, the same water makes a small circuit. Cool. Good idea. Crystals and magnets. I hadn't even thought about that. Well, guys, what should we do here? What do we do? I'm sure Charles was out and his batteries run out. That's what I'm going to say. Or he ran out of connection, or he'd have been back here by now. Do I stay for a little bit and see if we wait for Charles to come back, or do I leave? A beautiful picture of pyramids and, a nice banner scrolling. And what do I do? Should I stay or should I go now? Yeah, who knows? I'll bet you if I hop off, Charles is back within like 30 seconds, Murphy's Law. And he'll be like, my bad. Where'd everyone go? Does anyone remember when you used to be able to smoke in restaurants? Shout out to my fellow smokers, even if they've quit. And you'd be waiting for your food, and the smokers would say, let's light a cigarette. If we light a cigarette, our food will come. Because it never failed. It never failed. That as soon as you lit a cigarette, the waitress would bring your food. Speaking of laziness, I didn't have any sugar or cream in my house today. I got up, made a cup of coffee while I was on this live stream. And because I've gotten in the habit actually of waking up in the morning, and if I have nothing to do, rather than get up and make coffee and stuff, I hang out. I just hang out in my bed. I pet my cat. That's not nuance for anything. Not that there would be anything wrong with that. Pet my cat, think about my thoughts for a while, pick up the phone, check it out, and wait usually an hour before I make my coffee or have a cigarette. It's still not as healthy as hopping up and, getting motivated. But as someone who wakes up to drink coffee and smoke cigarettes, I think it's growth. But this morning I made myself a cup of coffee with no cream or sugar, and I take cream and sugar in my coffee, and or either or, but never black. Anyways, I poured myself this big fucking cup of black coffee this morning, and I've been sipping it as we've been talking, and fuck, it's good, man. Like, who needs cream and sugar in their coffee? It's delicious, So I'm not saying I'm going to convert to the 0-calorie version of coffee, okay? But I am going to say that I've said it out loud so that I remind myself that fuck, black coffee's good and maybe I should try it out. I've found changing habits in my life since I came to YouTube, even if I've developed some bad habits, being more sedentary, spending too much time online, not going and buying some, wireless earbuds so that I can continue to get more done while I satiate my need to talk to people and listen to people talking. But last year, in the thrust of it all, I went 9 months hardly smoking a joint. And I used to smoke between 2 grams and 3.5 grams of weed every fucking day. So as I sat with the weed beside me, not smoking it, I thought, what's happened? Well, I didn't want to quit smoking weed. I didn't try to quit smoking weed. I just did stop smoking weed. And the Taoists say, or at least a Taoist philosophy that I read once, because I can't speak on behalf of all Taoists, but the one Taoist philosophy says that when you're trying to change a bad habit about yourself, it's inherent to resist. In many people, it's inherent to resist rules and change. So the Taoist suggests that you try and change something about yourself that you don't want to change and is hard to change. So for instance, they suggest changing your gait, the way you walk, changing the way you laugh, so that you're conscious of something that's basically subconscious to you, and you attempt to change the subconscious thing so that just changing something about yourself is easier. And when I did that, I thought I'm going to start using my left hand for everything. I'll just open doors with my left hand. I'm not going to cut food with my left hand or do something that, but essentially I would lead with my left side of my body to see if that would change anything and make it easier to make some changes that I want to make in my life. It never did make quitting smoking any easier, but I haven't really tried to quit smoking for a long time. So that's not something I'm trying to change. But my use of this app and the way I engage with this app has been something I've been working on since I started my own channel almost a year and a half ago now. And at a snail's pace, I would say I have crawled along and definitely benefited from those conscious changes as someone who's, I would say, addicted, addicted. I'm addicted to YouTube. I'm addicted to talking to people and listening to people talk. And at the core of that is a desire for socialization, which I think most addictions are rooted in. Anyways, I'm just rambling because I have the time here. I appreciate Max and Joe for being here, and whoever else, whoever other 6 people are listening but not commenting. I hope that you're all doing well. I shout out to the lurkers. Whether you're lurking positively, lurking negatively, I'm glad that you're here. Show Charles some love. He comes out here and offers a space for a lot of people to come, and just be themselves, and showing them some support, sending them some money if you got it. Look, I'm grifting. I'm up here grifting for someone else. Right below me right now is Charles' CASHAPP, his PayPal. If you're feeling generous, help a brother out. He's a good man. He's a good guy. Takes care of his roommate. Doesn't talk about it much, but does a lot of errands for himself and someone else. And, the more people donate to Charles, the less he needs to go and take a job and take him away from, providing this room for us to hang out in. So on that note, I'm not telling people not to work. I'm not telling people they have to give money. Everyone can do whatever they want. But since I don't have a Cash App or PayPal and no intention on getting one, I'll say fucking $. I'll say throw your money at whoever you want to throw it at. And this little channel over here, this little secret corner of the internet, Charles could use it. So that's the end of grift.
As you can tell, I'm not, what am I trying to say? I'm not, yeah, I'm not a salesperson. I'm not a hired salesperson. I ain't Charles' agent or manager, you know? And I know that he would welcome it, but he also welcomes anyone here who can't, you know? Or won't, or doesn't want to. And yeah, I'm out of practice monologuing. Drop a link to my channel. Okay, just a second. I will do that. Search. I'm only actually, I think, I'll tell you in a sec, 14 or 15 people away from 500, which I know is a milestone and an ability to monetize. 14 people share. Now, that being said, you have to have a certain number of watch time hours. I don't know if it's 3,000 or 5,000. I had 11,000 when I slowed my channel down like almost a year ago. I already had close to 11,000 hours, but they time out. I've dropped my channel link in the chat. Thank you, Joe. But yeah, I'd have to work hard to get monetized again. I'd have to do something on the regular in order to keep my hours up to maintain monetization if I wanted to do that. And that's, you know, at this stage of the game, not a huge goal of mine, you know, but still a milestone. Okay. Because I shut my channel down, yeah, close to a year ago at 452 subs. And I've hovered around 450 for a very long time and just started seeing it crawl up again. So, not for lack of interest, I would assume. Okay, I'm not going to take any of it personally. I just know that I hardly ever live stream, but I have been out here like 7 times in this month in the new year, which is more than I've streamed in over a year. And trying very hard to disengage from drama. Ironically, for someone who hopped up so used to drama, I fucking, you know, definitely didn't introduce myself to Truth Zone in a way that was going to be conducive to anything but. So kudos to him for coming back up and both of us for working it out. And anyone who can see that, that's great. And if you hate him or hate me, you know, and think both of us are fucked or I'm fucked and he's fucked or whatever, you know, that's you. You do you, you know? I saw conflict and resolution, unintentional. And that's better than conflict and resolution that's just been scripted. But still, shout out Hollywood, shout out Netflix, shout out all those places that have scripted drama for us to watch. I've been watching a lot of series in Discord with a very good friend to satiate my need for YouTube drama. And we've just moved from watching the Sons of Anarchy into watching the Mayans. And fuck, I'm enjoying watching this Mayans one. The Sons of Anarchy was kind of over the top and very amusing, in my opinion. One of the funniest shows I've ever watched. Fuck, it's funny. This Mayan show is actually way better written. It's way more depth to the characters already, and I'm just enjoying it. But anyways, I won't talk TV on YouTube. Most people are like, TV? I haven't watched TV for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years. Yeah, neither had I. That's why I was able to watch Game of Thrones for the first time ever. I was saving it for retirement. I wasn't one of those people. You know, Game of Thrones had such its following and its cult that there was also people that like, I'm never watching that. You stupid culted up Game of Thrones people. And when people find out I hadn't seen Game of Thrones and I still haven't seen Breaking Bad, oh, do people get jealous? You haven't, you must. Oh my God. And I would always say I'm saving it for the retirement home, right? I've got it in the bank for in the future. I really enjoyed Game of Thrones. Breaking Bad, man, whew, those movies, those shows that involve the use of that stimulant narcotics like that. I can't remember there's a few movies out there that are all about all about cocaine and they have this speed to the movies or TV shows that when I watched Breaking Bad, I think I was on episode 3, maybe 4, where the main character like is getting involved in becoming the teacher's becoming a drug dealer, and very quickly someone's killed, very quickly there's a motor home being burned and stuff. I'll tell you, the pace of that show just had my heart racing. I couldn't fucking watch it. So hopefully now I've got better control of those faculties, and I look forward to watching Breaking Bad. Not a lot of people. Anyways, here I am talking about TV on YouTube again, which is just basically a faux pas. But hey, I got left on Charles' channel. And look at me, I've been monologuing like I ain't got my own channel for like fucking 30 minutes here. And I probably should go, but let's stay till 4:20. We're going to stay till 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's in just over 5 minutes. Charles, come back to us. Come back here, Charles. Well, hopefully he enjoys. If he doesn't come back in the next 5 minutes, hopefully he enjoys that we kept it going. You know, I didn't say anything. I didn't bomb the channel. I should know if you're not supposed to say that C word talking about illicit narcotics or anything, but I'm assuming that's not a word. I think most of us have been hyper paranoid with our code. And on my own live stream, actually, the one I just put up, I used the V word and the C19 word and all of those words on my channel. We'll see what happens. We'll see if I get struck. One of the benefits of being a small channel, not monetized, is you don't have as much to risk. Here I am rolling another smoke. Chain smoking. $11 people in the house now. You smoke a lot? Me too. Although I would say that as much as I smoke, visibly or audibly, let's say in public on YouTube, when I look at my tobacco expenditure and what I was smoking before I came to YouTube, chain smoking didn't come along with YouTube. It was already there. I was already doing it. I roll my own cigarettes. For anyone who might be concerned that I smoke too much, I roll my own cigarettes. They're about half the size of a normal cigarette, which allows me to smoke more of them. And I couldn't switch back to TaylorMade's unless I consciously chose to comprehend that there's twice as much tobacco in a TaylorMade to the cigarettes I roll. Or else I would be making myself extremely intoxicated smoking TaylorMade cigarettes. Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares. I know everyone's like, Max, I appreciate. Max is talking tobacco with me, you know. We smokers, we can talk tobacco. We're allowed to talk tobacco. You know, does anyone know what it's like to go into a store to buy tobacco where in your country they started changing the packaging, the labeling, the names to make them all neutral? And the person behind the counter can't even tell you what's a light cigarette and what's a strong cigarette. And when you go to ask them too many questions, they act like it's an inconvenience to them. You're here to sell tobacco, fucker, right? Like, I don't expect you to be an expert on tobacco, but when the companies themselves have been forced and mandated to make everything look like it's coming from some sort of communist supplier, right? Then it's up to the seller to tell you how that packaging is changing. And it happened so long ago, right? That now you have people who actually think it's an inconvenience to sell you cigarettes. It's like, and they treat you like a third-rate citizen for choosing to buy them, not even realizing that's the bread and butter. That's the bread and butter of your boss's business, okay? Not to mention a huge, huge, huge investment into general tax revenue, not medical tax revenue, general tax revenue. When they started taxing tobacco back in the day, it's because they'd done studies that correlated health problems with people that smoked. So they had taxes on the cigarettes that went directly to healthcare. But then they realized with addictive substances, you can continue to change the price with taxes, and people addicted will pay whatever the price is, you know, way beyond inflation to continue buying that substance. It's called price elasticity of demand. And addictive substances, I can never remember. Perfectly elastic, perfectly inelastic. Sorry, I learned it like 25 years ago. But it is. The change in the demand for a good does not affect the price. The change in the price of a good does not affect the demand for the good. Those are addictive substances. So the government then took the medical tax and realized, well, hey, we can just put it into general tax revenue and we can tax these smokers up the yin yang. So for anyone who thinks that smokers cost the system, the social system money, they can fuck off, right? Smokers pay way more than smokers take from the healthcare system. They pay way more. So you're welcome. Not you, Americans, I know, but Max, as a Canadian, we can say you're welcome to all these fuckers who treat us like, you know, hold their breath and walk across the street and give you a dirty look because you're smoking outside. You know, oh my goodness, so offended, acting like it's their right. Oh, fuck, Canadians are so fucking smug, right? Even though I know Americans are like, wait, Bex, you're smug. I know, but you should see the smuggest of them. Fuck, self-righteous fucking pricks, you know? Can't smoke here, can't smoke here. I'm always like, no speak it English. No speak English. No speak English, right? Yeah. Hold on one. Yeah, that Canada is saying the reservation tobacco, the tobacco from the First Nations reserves where they roll the muscles from China too, he thinks could be, definitely doesn't taste like Canadian tobacco. My neighbor gave me a pack of $5 TaylorMades, and for anyone that if you want to know how much cigarettes cost in Canada, it's $20. $20 a pack of cigarettes. So First Nations people don't pay taxes on cigarettes, and they also have the right to make their own cigarettes, and sell them. Shout out to the First Nations people with those rights. Kudos to them, bringing cheap tobacco to anyone who chooses to break the rules and buy them. But they are totally different, and not something I could smoke on the regular. They're just, yeah, Canada me saying that he thinks they're deadlier. I'm an honorary Canadian. Well, I am Canadian. I don't know if you know that, Max. Yeah. $10 a carton, or did you mean 100 a carton? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm Canadian. Couldn't you tell? Oh, who's back here? AMC, I'm very knowledgeable on Native studies. Please let me up. AMC, I would love to let you up. Charles, the owner of this channel, he's not here, and I don't have the keys. His phone died, and I just stayed on, rudely talking and talking and talking, hoping he'd come back. So appreciate it, though, AMC. I don't know if you've ever been here, but come back and talk to Charles anytime. He tends to be out here on the daily most of the time. Yeah, sub up and come back. I'm sure he'd welcome new conversations. Being financially poor is good for my health. Oh, they come in bags, $10 a carton. Wow. I've seen those bagged ones. Yep. Fuck, $10 a carton. That's like fucking 1960s prices. When I started smoking, they were $2 a pack, which would have been $20 a carton. I remember we used to send my best friend's brother to bootleg for us. He was 5 years older. And on the weekends, we'd give him a $20 bill. And he could buy us each a Mickey of the booze that we wanted and a $2 pack of cigarettes to share. At that time, we used to smoke Benson and Hedges Deluxe Ultralight Menthol 100s in a pouch pack, please. We didn't even like menthols, but we just said that because we thought it was fucking cool. But I will also say this: when I started smoking, the age they could sell tobacco to people was 16. I actually started at 15 years old, but when I turned 16, I could legally buy tobacco for a short time. And I remember smoking at school. The teachers had a smoking lounge. We had this sort of courtyard in the school that no one ever used. And the teachers could go in the courtyard and smoke in the middle of the school. And we had the school property had a field off to the side that was there in case they ever got big enough to grow to, I don't know, it was land investment, whatever. They say it was like a second field, but it really wasn't. You had to walk through a little mini, bunch of trees and into this other flat field on the other edge of the property. And we used to have the smoke pit there. And the principal would come out and try and kick us off the property to smoke cigarettes. And I used to push back at the principal saying, we're 16 years old, right? Like telling us to leave the property is actually, we're allowed to leave the property, right? We're allowed to go to the store at lunchtime, but why would you tell a bunch of kids to leave where they're safe, when we're legally allowed to smoke? And I would push back and say, when you tell the teachers to leave the property to smoke, I'll leave the property to smoke. But then very quickly they changed the age to 18 and I had no fucking leg to stand on. So even while I was in high school, I could be egocentric and say, oh, they changed the rules because I was pushing back, but that's not the case. Yeah, it was really interesting being a teenager in the 80s. You could get a phone number. I had a phone number put in my house and in my name, and they had to put an extra pole on the property to bring in a double line system to the house. And my dad was so mad. He was so mad that he came home. I didn't know they had to do that. They didn't clear it with me. It's the company just did it. And they drilled a hole in his house to put the new wire in. He was so fucking mad. But later, when it came to the double line system going into every house, my dad actually would have had to pay for the pole to bring the line into his house. So technically, I saved my dad a lot of money. When his second set of kids were born, he definitely wanted a second phone line for them. And it was the phone line I had established in the phone at 16 that he was so resistant to that gave his second set of kids a phone to talk on. No resentments. No resentments. I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at how he changed his parenting. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's just the evolution of family and how it worked out. My neighbor is a beekeeper. Canadummy saying he has wild tobacco out at his land and that he might try that sometime. My neighbor is a beekeeper from Croatia, and he grows tobacco for use to, work with his bees. And he gave me some once. I tried it. It's totally different. Totally different. But tobacco, just since we're on that topic, since I already shed some light to people on the tax revenue that smokers pay into the general tax revenue of most countries that have taxes. Even if a country doesn't have taxes, see the reason why a place upping this price of their tobacco would affect the price of tobacco in a neighboring nation is because we would see, if the prices weren't congruent enough, we would see an underground economy for American cigarettes coming up here to be sold in lieu of Canadian cigarettes. And so in essence, I know that American tobacco is almost as expensive. The dollars I was quoting earlier is Canadian funds. Anyways, let's talk about tobacco for a minute and the medicinal properties of tobacco. In our body is a neurotransmitter called nicotinic acid. And nicotinic acid is niacin, niacinamide, vitamin B3. They're all nicotinic acid. They add niacin, and niacinamide to cereal, for instance. Back in the day, they used to give people admitted to the hospital for psychiatric conditions, they used to give them a pack of smokes. They used to give smokes to inmates in prison as well, because the tobacco itself actually is a de-stressor. People are aware now the medicinal properties of marijuana have been proven, and that's why we have, we're moving towards some more global system of regulated industry of selling marijuana. And in essence, what they have done by vilifying tobacco is take out the fact that it's a medicinal herb as well. It's it can be put into, you can make a what's it called, a pulpus, like a compress, and put it on something. It's used as an anti-inflammatory. Yeah, Canada, he says, if trying to quit eat tomatoes. Yep. If you look into the nightshade family, the nightshade family has nicotine in it. And yeah, point being, there's lots of ways to get our medicine. They used to have people, you know, long before they had pills and injectable medicines, they had snuff, right? So essentially, what is the bad part of some of these? What's bad and carcinogenic of when it comes to smoking is the act of smoking itself. It's the taking in very hot smoke into your body, and that's why a lot of cultures have like long peace pipes or hookahs to cool and change the temperature of the herb as it's smoked. And yeah, so I'm not trying to encourage. This is not medical advice. This is just a woman ranting about not ranting, raving, maybe, monologuing about tying things we've learned together so that people can ideally change their perspective on one over the other. If you think cannabis is a medicinal herb, it is actually not logical to not start looking at the medicinal properties of tobacco. That being said, they talk about 2,000 chemicals being added to tobacco. A lot of those chemicals are the same chemicals you'd find in the food you're eating. A lot of the chemicals that end up being tested for in tobacco are a direct result of the compounds used in the growing of the tobacco plant, more than it is they're being sprayed with compounds. A lot of the chemicals in cigarettes are also in the paper and glue. You can't do a lot to the tobacco plant without fucking with its ability to cure. And so it would be put right into the plant. And so a lot of those poisons or chemicals are in our food as well. But we don't burn and smoke our food, we eat it. And that system's designed to delete that our waste management system is designed to deal with toxins more so than our lungs are. Well, now that I've stayed for even longer, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes that we've been going. I've probably monologued for, at least 40, 45 minutes. I just got a reminder that I have an appointment in a couple hours, and I should probably go start getting ready for that appointment. Luckily, it's a phone appointment, so really getting ready is just getting my mind ready for the conversation. But I'm going to go and shout out to you guys in the chat. Thanks for keeping me company. I know we held out quite a while here, hoping that Charles would come back. If anyone's here when he does come back, please tell him I said hello and thank you for the platform. And shout out to everyone who was up here today. Dino, Truth Zone, Naga, JG, Truth Zone, Naga, JG. I feel like I'm missing one. Dino, me, Charles. No, that's who's been up here since I've been here. I know Charles usually goes through everyone who's been up. If I missed anyone who was up here before I came up, a shout out to you for joining my friend Charles. And we'll catch you next time here, over my channel, somewhere else. Have a great day, guys. And we'll talk again soon. The nice thing about leaving a channel running is that people can continue to chat in the chat if they want to. So show Charles some love. Yeah, keep on keeping on. And I'll say bye for now. Hasta la vista. Adios. Sayonara. Au revoir. Bye-bye.